Good evening, everyone. It's Monday, March 31st, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You probably already know that. Here we are for session 12 of our playthrough of the second threat in the 7th Citadel. Every time I say that, I feel like I'm in Bob Dylan's Highway 61 Revisited. So we might be on our last session. There certainly can't be more than one or two left for us. And we've got some upgrading to do. But before we get into all that, let me ask the chat how the video quality is. I've been messing around with YouTube settings, and I'm curious to hear if it's improved. I know that YouTube is now broadcasting this stream in 1440p instead of 1080. It's normally 1920 by 1080. Now I've got it up to 2560 by 1440, but I've also changed some other settings to broadcast at a higher bit rate. I can't see what it looks like on YouTube. And it's a little unusual because the actual sources here are actually recorded at 1920 by 1080. So I'm broadcasting at a higher resolution than I'm actually recording. When I record a video, like a review, I'm recording in 4K. But for the live stream, all the sources are set to 1080. But YouTube seems to have other things it does if you start broadcasting above 1080, and I've noticed with the top-down stuff that on some of the live streams they look much blurrier when I watch them back than I think they should be sending out. So hopefully the quality is a little bit better now. You might want to check that little gear on YouTube to make sure that you're receiving it at 1440 if you can, if your bandwidth supports it, and let me know if things have gotten worse for some reason. It's possible that the quality for people with high-speed internet is better, but the quality for people without high-speed internet has gotten worse. Who knows? The other interaction on YouTube has to do with latency. So I can actually stream at 4K, but YouTube won't let you switch on to low latency mode. And if I don't go into low latency mode, then the delay between what I say and what you hear and when you type something gets longer. It gets to like 12 seconds. And right now we should be in about a 6-second latency, I hope, which is about as good as we can get it. All right, anything else to talk about before we get started? I hope you guys are all doing well. On Wednesday, we'll be playing the second box in the 50 Clues series we've been playing called Sunshine Island. The first box was quite good, surprisingly good, so I'm looking forward to continuing that series. I don't think there's anything else to discuss. We do have to talk a little bit about what we want to do today. So let's recap our last session. We're playing this threat where these earthquakes are being triggered in the 7th Citadel. And in the last scenario, which was called the epicenter, we had a very interesting little mission. We traveled and found where the earthquakes are being triggered, where this drum is being triggered. There's a little drawing. We should have looked at this a little bit more, but we came across this sort of steel, looked like the top of a giant bell that had been embedded in the ground, and a whole bunch of people had been killed around it. And when we got there, some birdman creature came and talked to us, and he said he was going to go talk to the other bird creatures and get back to us about his decision about things. And then we came home. So I think we're probably going to go back out there, and I think we're going to end up going underground. So we've done most of the stuff, but we had a super long session. And in that session, we ended up spending, so these are the ones we already spent during our mission. Normally we come back with lots of upgrades, but we actually spent 5 upgrades during the mission that we don't have available. But we do have 2 upgrades remaining. So at some point we have to decide how to spend those 2 upgrades. I am interested in doing more feather stuff now that we have done most of the upgrades we want. We have 3 feathers that are going to trigger at the beginning of today's section. And what I think we might do is trigger these and then see if we can explore out from there with our 2 remaining upgrades. And if we can't, then we'll decide how else to spend the upgrades. And then we'll read the introduction to our next scenario, which could be our last. Okay. If you want, you can say Mark, I'll say Paul. Okay, all right, let's see what the delay is. Ready? I'm going to say Mark, and then you tell me when you can hear it. 1, 2, 3, Mark. That didn't work. That was too soon. Now. Okay, well, that was about 10 seconds. That's a pretty long delay, but I guess it's about normal. So I got about a 10-second delay between when I said it and when I saw Jonathan Warner type now. So we've got about a 10-second delay. I just think that's what we're in for. All right, maybe we'll do some experimental sessions at another time. So let's do the cleanup at the end of the scenario, that any cleanup we didn't do. And maybe we should reread this little ending thing here. So we go to Ambrosius, who's our scientist who's been working on figuring out what's going on with these drums, earthquakes. And he said, we tell him about this egg. It was a really cool ending, actually. We found the bell, and the bird talks about the egg, and each world is born. A new world is born with the egg hatches, and the old world dies. A little metaphor that these bird people had. And so here's our scientist saying, what is this nonsense? A sacred egg, a prophecy, and whatnot? And we say, this is just the interpretation of a birdman from a culture quite different from ours. From what I've seen, the object is made of an unknown metal. I don't know who unearthed it or for what purpose. But the important thing is to find out how to stop it. These beliefs are all we have. Well, in that case, Ambrosius dejectedly resumes, there's nothing left to do but wait for the coming of this winged creature. The birdman's going to come back after he meets with his tribe. At the dawn of the next day, you're woken with a start by the crash of your belongings falling from the shelves before the whole building begins to shake furiously. The ominous drums beat again, drowning out cries of terror from the community members. The tremor is longer than the previous ones and forces open cracks as wide as your hand in various parts of the camp. When calm returns after what seems like forever, you rush to the aid of the injured. All right, so I believe we did this. Yes, we did this. We damaged our buildings and we returned our objective cards. We discarded all cards, and then we're ready to start, and we're going to be told to throw out these at the beginning of our next session. Okay, so I think we're ready to start the prophecy. Now, are we ready to actually start? I guess we are. This could be the finale. Okay. Here we go. So we're going to start out. Should we be hiding this stuff? All right. Or maybe we should use our things. All right, so each player returns all of their cards with temporary. That's all of our blessings are going to get returned. Resourceful, that's not a blessing. That's our thing. Okay. 150 to 153. Okay, unblock all of our hand cards that were blocked. We have a couple. Those become unblocked and go into our discard. And then we shuffle all of our cards, and then all of our companions get blocked. All right, so let's go get all of our companions. We have a lot of them. So Roburn, Inale, Bald, the Stranger, Garignac, the Traveler, and then our two apprentice engineers and the Arcanist. This scenario will be remembered for all the different companions we found along the way. Some weird ones. One turned into a monster. We've got this Stranger. We don't know how to trigger him. He's an amnesiac. I really do want to trigger him, find his story, but I'm thinking now it might be that when we just run into some dialogue and it asks us if we have a stranger in our party, that's the only reason we keep bringing him with us. Because his abilities we don't really use. And then Roburn is the guy who knows how to dig cheaply, so we've been bringing him, although each time we recover, we have to heal him up again. It's kind of a fun mechanic. Okay, so I've shuffled my hand. These guys are all exhausted. They're all blocked. It's going to cost us a lot of health to bring them all back if we want to. All right, we're just going to consider them all exhausted for now. We have 2 upgrades and 3 glimmers. All right, so we're not going to use the glimmers for now. We'll use them in the beginning of our next game, but we do have 2 Hope Reborns that we're going to want to use. All right, here we go with our story. The Birdman and the 100 or so birds that accompany him land in the center of the camp. As a crowd forms around them, the winged escort cries out and flies off in all directions. You hasten to disperse the onlookers in order to calm the flock down. I've spoken with the leaders. Oh, it's the bird. I've spoken with the leaders of the other flocks. We know that when the sacred egg hatches, the world as we know it will cease to exist and give birth to a new one. According to the prophecy, there is a special bird capable of preventing the sacred egg from hatching by sitting on it. So your fate, and that of all the living beings in the collapsing lands, rely on a simple bird? Might be funny if the stakes were not so high. There is a fresco in the Forgotten Wilds, made ages ago by the first thinking birdman. It could tell us more about this chosen bird and where to find them. Let's meet there and study it together. This is all we can do to help you and the creatures of the collapsing lands. If the Lake of the Outer Edges can be seen on a feather card, or if your book score is 10 or higher, read 260. Okay, our book score is 10 or higher. We're not in the preparation stage, so we're not allowed to turn over our feathers yet. But because we have a high book score, we are allowed to read that. All right, so we're going to jump and read 260. So we're going back to the Forgotten Wilds. Now that is where we want to go anyway. That's where the blue giants live and where our hunt for our knight might be. So that's a good sign for us. All right, 260. What are we going to learn here? Oh, here we go. The Forgotten Lands. The Forgotten Wilds is known to be the territory of the Blue Giants. Although there's little reliable information about them, the fear they inspire is no less real. Nevertheless, several accounts agree they do not present any danger to those who wear blue clothing. So we already have encountered them in a previous threat. We haven't encountered them this threat, but we are fully prepared for them because we've gone on a little quest to learn about the blue pond where we can soak our clothing to fit in. These blue giants are weird. They want to kill people so that they can save them with reincarnation to turn them blue. All right, but now our knowledge is 15 or higher, so it's going to give us all this stuff. So I think now it's going to tell us about 272, about turning blue, maybe. The blue giants are convinced that the other beings that inhabit the collapsing lands are their reincarnated forebears. According to their beliefs, all those who are not blue endure a life of suffering, and their moral duty is to liberate them by ending their existence so they can be reborn in a new blue form. It is therefore very risky to come in contact with them without having taken care to adorn yourself in this color. Okay, so we still have our blue pond that we're looking for. And Andy Corbett was saying we should probably reread that dialogue about the blue pond. And I made a note of it. I think I took a screenshot in the Discord. I think it was dialogue 238. We may want to reread that, or 230 something. Yes, okay, so 238. We may want to just glance at it again. This is the woman that we helped with her cape, and she told us how to get the blue giants, how to make friends with them. She says she's been in the blue giants territory and the blue cape saved her. I was hoping she was going to give us the blue cape, but she didn't. But she says her mother was in the Ash Tree Shields unit, and they joined forces with the blue giants to stop the burrowers. They're peaceful with anyone wearing blue. Okay, so here she tells us what to do. She says, there's a pond with water dyed blue by a local plant. Soak your belongings in it for a long time. They'll turn dark blue. Then you can move freely. And she says, there's a local plant, and then this army was called the Ash Tree Shield. So maybe we should be looking for this pond with a local plant that's growing in it or near it or something. Okay. And the chat reminds me that we were going to go into the cave where the tax collector died. We really did want to, but it's in the totally opposite direction. So that's a little bit concerning to me. However, we are way ahead in this game. I mean, we're very powerful, but more than that, I just want to point out, it's not just that we're doing well, it's that we have 3 foods to eat that will give us health, or 5 cards, health. And then we have bitter jam, which will give us more health. We do have some parcels to deliver. We have some pen and paper. We're not sure exactly how to use that. But then we also have this Death Dodger. So this is a very cool card, this Death Dodger. And it basically says, if anything would normally kill us, then this Death Dodger spell is going to give us 13 life points. So we have an extra 13 life points we can call on if we need to. So I actually have a whole bunch of extra health in addition to all this food, in addition to all our powers. So we really can last out here in this wilderness, I think almost indefinitely, especially on easy mode, story mode. So we've got things we want to do. We have time to go down wherever we want. Okay, Corsican says, did the game ask us about a lake on a feather card? What it said is if we see the Lake of the Outer Edges on a feather card, which we're not going to see because we haven't built this map for the Forgotten Lands, unfortunately. We're going to turn over this one this session, but it sure would have been nice if we could turn over this one. It might show us where the lake is, but maybe we'll find it on our own when we get there. There is water over here, so it might be more likely to be connected here somewhere. Okay, we are on a hunt for the Amber Knight. The name of our group here is the Order of the Scarlet Knight, but we're a disciple of the Amber Knight. That's what we've decided to take our inspiration from. So we've been trying to find the Amber Knight. We found his little fortress where he was made his home, but we didn't find his gravesite. But we suspect it may be up here where we're going, because we know he did some battle or was friends with the Blue Giants or enemies. So we're hoping to find the Amber Knight's gravestone here. We're also trying to find people from Aber Amid, where our backstory is. And as was pointed out before, there's the Amber Tower where the Amber Knight was. There's a cave in here somewhere that we have instructions on how to search. So there's a bunch of things we want to do in these areas here. All right, let's keep reading here about these birds and what our mission is today. Okay, so we want a fresco, a painting, in the Forgotten Lands. That's where we're going. So if the lake can be seen of the outer edges. Okay, well, we don't have that on our feather map, but we read that anyway because of our books. Okay, now, the primary objective is to find the chosen bird. Decipher the Birdman mural located in the Forgotten Wilds near the territory of the Blue Giants to locate the chosen bird. Secondary, the tremors that shook the Citadel have destabilized the precarious balance that was established since the reversal. When you read the epilogue, if you have fewer than 10 built buildings, community morale will likely deteriorate. All right, we are getting close to that happening. We have 3 buildings built that aren't on this book because they're homebrew buildings. Used bookstore, the fortune teller's hut, and the astrologer. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those are broken. 8, 9, 10. We have exactly 10 that aren't broken. That's a little dangerous. So we may want to build another one just to have something in case things got knocked down. Or we could say it said 10 and we've got 10. But we're just barely at 10. That's a little scary. I guess this one is technically still built. All right, now finishing up our preparation. Ground shiver 7, all life counters back to 0, and then up to 90. Wow. That's the most we've ever had, 90. It seems like this might be a little two-parter here. All right, we're at 90 health. All right, now we're supposed to get 2 cards from our action deck. We're not going to do that yet. We can choose to unblock companions if you want, and we can use our Hope Reborns. So let's start by doing all that. I think we should start by doing these. So let's do that and take a look at them. Remember, each one of these is going to trigger some dialogue we read. All right, let's see what we've got here. Let's save that area for last. Let's start here. Does the Arboza Pass still allow passage across the tumultuous Gargoyle River? As Fort Shade held up against the burrowers, is the smoking plain still traversable after the many battles fought here? So many questions to which you hope your scouts can provide an answer. All right, so now we're going to flip this over. Here's this area. We have never seen... We have never seen this map card, this feather card. So let's take a look at it. Whoa, it's burned here. Okay, the strange tent, we went in there. Remember, Jonathan figured out how to use our mirror and what to do to look inside there and get some magic. There's the ruined manor. There's Fort Shade and the smoking quarry. And there's the singing lane that goes all the way up north. Okay, so we've been there. We've walked through there, but we've never seen this map before. I don't know what's going on with this burning. I don't think that's me. I mean, I think that's how it came, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's gotten some damage somehow. I don't think so. Okay, so this fits in here, and now we could actually explore this feather card, which would be interesting, or this feather card, which we haven't seen. So we have never seen this feather card or this feather card, but this is not where we're going on today's mission, probably. All right, so now we have to read 113. It's the smoking plain that they were burning. Okay, so let's read 113. Let's read what the story is when we sent people to explore this area. Okay, we reached Fort Shade by taking the Arboza Pass. The bridge is in bad shape, but it's still the best way to cross the Gargoyle, though I'm not sure it's the same river that it used to be. The old garrison is abandoned. On the way back, we bypassed a fragmented terrain not far from the crevasse, and we came across a strange tent. I don't know how else to put it. I swear it was open, yet we were unable to get inside. Okay, if this is the first time you're reading this, +1 book. Okay, so just a little flavor text. We did get inside, and +1 book. We're now at 24 books, so we're just about to max it out. All right, next feather card is 106. You have dispatched a small team to map the surroundings of Guyborg up to the carbon line. When you return to the Citadel, you'll be able to learn what they've discovered. Okay, what have you discovered? Whoa, what? It's a lair on the track of the beast. You may not take the following action unless the lair can be seen on your terrain card. So if you find that, it's some spider lair. Take a card whose number is equal to the number of your terrain card plus 95. If it's not the right card, you've wasted energy for nothing. And we're supposed to read 46. So some of these feather cards have multiple cards you can grab, and one of them is not the map and the other one is. So actually, let me just make sure that's right. There should be another 106 card, I believe. Yes, there is. So if we took this feather card again, we could see the map. But right now we're learning about some lair. Let's read about it. Maybe that's what they're going to tell us. Maybe they couldn't explore it because they encountered some creature. Okay. Bale leads you to a tent where a man with a blood-stained shirt is lying. You recognize Benart, one of the scouts you sent to map the surroundings of Guyborg. He's in bad shape, but still manages to speak. Oh, we found a gap in the carbon line. I managed to get through, he coughs. Shortly afterwards, we were attacked by a monstrous beast in the wing-born forest. I don't know if the others made it out. But there may still be some hope of finding them alive. Oh, I think they're cocooned up there. With this last word, he loses consciousness again. So we've got a story. And there's some creature. It looks like it might be some spider creature who has a lair in that area. And we could find him. That lair might have been on the card with the egg. I think it's very possible. So up here is this. So the question is this where the lair should be? Like it should be, right? Because that's what he's telling us about. He's telling us that he went to scout this out. So I don't know if this isn't where is this where the egg was? Or was this where the egg was? Maybe this is where it was. We went past Guyborg to the egg, so I think we were here, right? So it's one of those cards where that egg was this. So if we had explored this earlier, that would have been good timing because we would have been going up there anyway. Now that's sort of not where we want to go. So we'll have to decide how important it is to rescue our fellow people. Depends what kind of story you want them to tell about you when you're dead. All right, so now we've got a place here of interest, a place down here of interest, and then the blue giants. All right, last but not least, let's check out this. Let's activate this feather card. You've sent 3 members of the community to scout the area from Burning Bramble Wood to Waterbank along the bottomless sea. When you return to the Citadel, you can learn about what they found. Oh boy. All right, so it's another card that has another map. It didn't trigger. Your scouts did not return from the Citadel to the Citadel, have not been heard from since. All right, now notice what it is. It's a symbol that means when you explore, it's like a scenario symbol. Certain cards will have alternates based on this. So now we have to look out for a card that asks us about that compass. So this is a little bit strange because this card doesn't live here. This is just going to go into our possessions, into our books. But this card does go here. So it's a little confusing. Like this one, we can now re-explore now for the next round. But this one, we can't. Like there is an alternate card for 106, but we can't go do it now the way we can here because this looks like it lives here. Until we do this? Yeah, it's kind of strange. Okay, but this is now blank. So I suggest that we use we've got 2 upgrades to spend. I suggest that with one of these upgrades, we put another feather card in here. It may not trigger until we finish the whole campaign, because this might be our last scenario. We were hoping that we would get a feather here so that we could explore here. So that's a little unfortunate for us. But I still think we should use one of our upgrades to re-explore here. And in the meantime, let's just make our symbol list here. So this is the compass symbol. And then what scenario are we on today? The symbol for our scenario looks like a little bit of a primitive man. Oh, it's the blue giant. Okay, so here's our two symbols that we're looking for today. All right, now, is the group on board with re-exploring that area? It's a shame, but what can you do? We sent people out there, they never came back. All right, so if we look on our destinies tree, I think we want at least one more feather. So I'm going to take that as a yes. We're going to cross out this feather here. And we're going to put another feather, re-explore this area, which is 89. Let's see what it says. You sent 3 members to scout out the area. Okay. So unfortunately, we're never going to get to the feather of this card, which is too bad. But we'll be able to explore that ourselves. I think we'll be able to find the pond, but unfortunately, it might have shown us where the Amber Knight's grave was. Okay, so that's the first Hope Reborn. And now we've got one more to spend. Now, here are our options. We could feather this area here just to gain knowledge for a future campaign. Or what might be more interesting, what might be more interesting is to do another skill upgrade to get more action cards. Alternatively, we've got plenty of production, so I don't think we need any more production. Defense, I don't think we really need it, but we could use it to build a building if we think we need more buildings, but I think maybe we don't. I think maybe we could build a 1-pit building, yes. All right, you want to do that rather than getting skill upgrades? Okay. Let's build the watchtower. It will have an effect of giving us a defense right now. I need to mark off a building here. Okay, so let's just do this one here. Doesn't really matter anymore. Okay, so I built the watchtower to give us a buffer. That's spending our last reborn. Sure. Okay, we built the watchtower. It's not fortified, but it is built. So that's all of our Hope Reborns. All right. What else do we need to do? And then we're done with this map for now. We do have the missing scouts we're after. Let's put that up there. We've got our companions who are all asleep. What about any other buildings to trigger? All right, let's walk through our buildings and our side quests. Places of worship. If you're at the Citadel, take 249s. So actually, those 249s give us 5 glimmers. So we're ready to get another Hope Reborn, but it won't be from one of the ones we have now. But we are at the stage where all the Hope Reborns get put back. So now that they're back, we could use it and exhaust it if we wanted to do another upgrade. Or we could take these glimmers with us into the field for randomization. What would you rather do? Would you rather get some more skill cards, or would you rather carry these around to protect us from randomization? I feel like we have enough health that we're going to be able to spend health to keep our randomization. We don't have to decide now. Think about that. Let's go through the rest of our buildings here. Watchtower we already did. The rest of these are destroyed. Place of worship we just did. The market is still in effect. So we take a 149 and then we could return barters for a different 140 for 199s if we want. Okay, so we get 1 free barter item at the Citadel. Another mirror. Okay. Well, the world is full of mirrors here. Now, we could return some multiple 149s. Do we have any more that we're ready to give up? We have meat, we have food, we have another mirror, we have pen and paper. That's not barter. We have 2. I mean, having stuff to barter is not terrible. Food is provision, it's not barter. We have cured meat, that's probably provision. So we don't have that many barterable items, but we could trade in 2 mirrors for a better item. 199. Are 199s better barter items, or sometimes they're weapons, which we don't like? You're not allowed to see it. Could we build the Gambler's Den instead of the Watchtower using a 99 from the Glimmers? So you're saying you want to back up, and instead of buying the Watchtower, you want to build this Gambler's Den. During the preparation phase, if you're at the Citadel, roll a 4, 5, or 6. So you got 50% chance of getting a 199. If the tavern is built, then you can roll twice. Do we have the tavern built? Yes, we do. So, okay, you want to undo Watchtower, and you want to cash in our Glimmers. That won't work. That won't work. The reason it won't work is because we had to use up our, well, I guess it would work. We would use up our last Hope Reborn to build the Gambling Den, click. And then we would reset our Hope Reborns and trade it in for a second click. Well, it's not a terrible idea. 199 sounds like it might get us a Gambler's Boon. Maybe that's what the Gambler's Boons are. And I don't think we need this defense of our Watchtower. So would you rather do that? Spend 2 Hope Reborns on building pips, or do you want to save that building pip for a skill? Are the 199s barter? Let me just see here. I'm just going to take a little peek at this 199s. Yeah. Oh, well, they're various things. They're various things we've seen, including some crap we don't want. All right, so Jonathan says, save the glimmers for the Hope Reborn. So we're staying on the Watchtower. But now the question is, we're doing the market now. Do you want to give back 2 barterable items to take an item card that's going at, it could be a barter 199. It could have some cool effect. It could be stuff we don't need, like armor. It could be threads, it could be anything interesting, and it might be barterable, or it might not. We do, if we need to, have other things we could barter, but we'd rather not give them up. But we do. We could barter away our juggling balls, I think, if we needed to. So that's like, oh no, it's a 149. Like, here's a good example of a 199. These elegant shoes were 199. Just keep them in case we want to pay for something, you think? I think we should trade them in, because we don't need 2 mirrors, and we should take more risks this game. We shouldn't play it as safe as we've been playing. Let's just trade in these mirrors. We might get them right back out again, given our luck. But let's trade them in for a 199. Let's roll the dice here. All right, so we're trading in. We have other stuff we can pay for if we need to. All right, here's the 199 we got. Let's see what it is. It's exactly what Jonathan wanted, the Gambar's bone. One of the strangest experiments ever undertaken by the Necro Druids. And we've just heard about Necro Druids, which triggers our Unleashed. To grow vegetables amidst the corpses of diehard Gambars, so that once ingested, they'll have a favorable effect on the odds. Their value is inestimable for the superstitious. After rolling a die, you may discard this to re-roll it. However, you must accept the new result. Now, it's also provisions. You could give it to someone. Now, does anyone remember why Jonathan wanted this carrot, this Gambar's bone? Why did Jonathan want it? He didn't want it for its ability. What is the thing that Jonathan wants to do with this carrot? Does everyone remember? Jonathan must remember. But I wonder if everyone else remembers. That's definitely a carrot. What can we do with carrots? Let me find it. Let me find the card of what we do with the carrots. One of our books. What book was it? Yes, it was to summon the zombie. It's right. So here it is. It's this book we got. We got this book called Sap and Blood. And we actually had to work hard to trigger it. But here's what we can now do. We had to work very hard to get this. Okay, so if you see this special tree of passage, we have to bury a carrot in the ground and do this spell. And this creature comes out of the ground. We raise a dead creature, and he comes with us in return for the carrot. He's like a companion. He stays with you till the end of the mission, and he gives you a random symbol, like a wild card symbol on every action. You get a free wild card symbol, which is very powerful. All right, so we've got our carrot. So keep your eye open for a tree of remembrance, tree of passage, so that we can summon a creature. All right, Jonathan says you were ready. You were right to trade in the mirrors. So those mirrors that have been following us around uselessly have now been turned into a carrot, which is something we desperately wanted. All right, next up, the pen. We have to give back our Warhorn, which is our favorite dog because he's so good at fighting. And we see if what dog is going to come with us today. It could be this dog comes back out with us, or we could get a different dog. All right, the Warhorn goes back. And what dog wants to come with us? I still find this weird that we can't choose to keep the other dog, but let's see who we got. A pet horn. Okay, this is the more useless dog. He's affectionate with a silky coat. He can dig. He can be used to give as a present. I guess just the petting of him is the present. And look at this. When you select it, you discard it. Or you could, he loves you so much that he'll go get killed for you. Or get wounded. Can only be used once. All right, that's the least useful of the dogs. The Warhorn is a lot better. But we've also got a human that can dig, so we really don't need this digging dog. But all right. You can't have the Warhorn all the time. All right, I'll just put him out here. Our library has been destroyed. Our smithy has been destroyed. We don't care. Tavern is still in effect, so we're going to get another side mission, not that we need one. All right, so we've done the bottom 3, and we've done the banner. I think we did rare find too, is that right? Yes, we did rare find, and we did banner, so I guess we could do weed now, or we could do any of these two. It seems like we should go for the ones at the higher level. So yeah. We need the dig team to unearth the knight's grave. Good point. Okay, let's do weed, which is 419. All right, let's see about this quest. Okay, it's not a short one. Let's see what we got. The tavern keeper named Friss approaches you under the offering you food. Say, those people over there are drinking more than they should. Could you ask them to slow down? And you go to find the group. So you need to take your mind off things. Yes, we do. We're struggling with a weed. It's spreading in the vegetable gardens. It chokes vegetable plants and reappears on another plot as soon as we think we've gotten rid of it. But it seems that Weedo Stone, a powerful weed killer, would do the trick. As a matter of fact, some miners are extracting it in the deep sea mine. Oh, I'll see what I can do. Write down weed 419 on the side quest. When another dialogue mentions the Weedo Stone, you may return 2 cards with barter to procure some. If you do, check the initiated box and return. And when you do, you get to read 432. So it is a story quest. So if we complete this for them, we're going to get another piece of the story. But we need Weedo Stone to be mentioned. And then we have to give, I guess I should be writing this on the side quest things. 2 barter. Well, we spent our mirrors. We do have other barter cards, but we don't really want to spend them. So 419, make our notes. Okay, so 419. Initiate with Guido Stone at the deep sea mine area. Where is the deep sea mine? Is that up? Isn't there mining here or here at the quarry? Or yeah, somewhere here, I think. I'm getting a lot of buffering, so am I. Still? Maybe we're learning a little bit about the downsides of streaming at 1440. Let me reset this. Let me know if you're still getting buffering. But while I'm waiting for everyone, let me do this. So these are all blocked. Now we can pay to wake up most of them. These are done. Yeah, these are done. All right, so we're gonna have to pay to wake up. Jonathan says the video seemed to do a jump for me. So I'm not showing any misframes here. So it's all on the YouTube side, but can you let me know when you hear me say Mark? Or are you gonna, I'm still getting the buffering. I want to see if, I wonder, you know what? I can bring it up here too so I can see. So I don't know if you guys are actually seeing me now or if it's buffering. I'm still having buffering now. Wow, that was a long delay. All right, let me bring up the YouTube here so I can see it. All right, we could be all fine now. All right, I'm going to do it again. Let's see if I can see the delay now. We need like, oh yeah, it says 105.37. And now here's your buffering. And there's the jump. All right, so it seems like we're normal now. It seems like we're normal now. I need a better way. But you know what? It is time for a break. It's acting up? I can't tell. It's a little hard. I need a better system for being able to see when it's having troubles. All right. It's almost time for us to take a break. It seems like it's back to normal, but we may be seeing some of the downsides of streaming at a higher resolution. All right, before we take a break, though, let's decide. Okay, so assuming we have enough health to be a little bit careless about things, I think we should spend health to bring these people back. And just bring them all back with us just for fun. Although we honestly do not need all these people. We use her for recovering people. Let's just bring them all for fun. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. That's 12 health. So I'm going to spend 12 health. That brings us down to 78. And then we've got a choice with these two. So because they're from the guild, we can either pay 2 health to bring them back or we can use this ability. Okay, so the Arcane Apprentice. We can either use this to bring her back, or we can leave her home and take a bomb. I think she's so useful. We're going to bring her with her. So I'm just going to bring her with us instead of paying 2 health. You can't pay to bring her and get the bomb. You only get a choice of leaving her and getting the bomb. Now, what about this? Do we want a building? No, we'd rather take the engineers. All right, so with us. They're all coming with us just for fun. Jonathan says it makes it seem like a pilgrimage. Okay. We've got a pilgrimage, including our wounded guy, including... He does stay with us, right? Yeah, it's not like he goes away. We just have to keep healing him. All right, everyone else is coming with us. We're now ready to head off. We've done all our startup stuff. We've done all our preparation. Now we take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. I'll make it. We're back. I was just looking at our side quest to see if there's anything that we haven't done yet. So we did the mental prison, right? Did we finish the mental prison, people? We did, right? Yeah, we sent them back home. So we finished mental prison. We're looking for someone talking about a memory of a tattoo. We haven't done that yet. We haven't fought 3 epic creatures. We did find the gelatinous hand to tell the people that their relative died. Bertha is the one that's the chastity belt in Kel. If we have to go back to Kel. Coins again, back to Kel. Mirror of the Soul we haven't used up. I'm tempted to do that just to see how it curses us. And then there's the weed we just learned about. And then a good deal and a rare find. I haven't made instructions for what to do there. Is that because they're cards? If you're at the Citadel and it's initiated, write down a rare find. It's my wife's birthday. She deserves the best. She really is a rare find. So we don't have no idea what that's about. Birthday wife. We don't know what that is. And then what's a good deal that we've made progress on, but why do I not know what that is? A good deal was a good deed. Oh, that's when we do a good deed. Okay, it'll tell us when we do a good deed. All right, so we don't have to worry about tracking that. The rare find, I have no idea what that is. Some guy wants a gift for his wife. Okay. One hour in, we're just getting started here. Okay. We unblocked our companions. Oops. We unblocked our companions and paid for it. And now we can fortify any buildings we want by spending stuff. I think maybe we might as well, just in case there's another earthquake, right? We'd rather be able to do it. So we spend 2 production to fortify 1 building. So I guess we're going to fortify the watchtower just... No, let's fortify... We already fortified the pen. We don't want... I guess we don't want to lose this, but maybe we fortify... That was our arcanist. I'm going to spend 2 to fortify... I guess we could lose our... Maybe it doesn't even matter anymore. This is just so that when we destroy it, it counts for more. I guess we can... Did we already fortify the used bookstore? Used bookstore... No. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and fortify the used bookstore. Just so we can kill it off. In fact, we didn't use the used bookstore. Let's use the used bookstore. Now, I decided it was too powerful, so we're going to do it differently here. It's for trading in. So what we're going to do is we're going to give back some of our books here. gonna give back. Gonna give back these stupid things we don't care about. Okay, so we get to draw cards, and then we can spend cards. This is the used bookstore, but we're gonna sort of gold coin, take a 154. Guess we'll keep this. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to make up. Can we use it, or did the library get destroyed? The library did not get destroyed yet. Did it? The library did get destroyed. Okay, so we're just going to pretend we can't use the used bookstore. Okay, that makes life a little easier. That's fine. I got to retweak that building anyway. It's too powerful. All right, back to this. Here we are, finally. Okay, put a 75 into play. Or if there's Kel's column, or if there's a wind's cross, we can start there. I don't think we have any of those things, do we? Do we have a wind's cross? Old cemetery, wormholes, bloody plain. There's no wind's cross on any of our spaces, is there? Not even up here. Yes, there is. Wait a second. Wind cross is right there. So we could actually start way up here. And Kel's column is the one down by Kel. I don't know that we have. It's a little hard for me to see it. So why don't we, there's Kel's column. Okay, so we have Kel's column or the wind's cross. So do you think we should start up all the way north to wind's cross? And then we could, if we wanted to, try to rescue our friends over here. And then head west to the Blue Giants. The only thing then is that takes us, that puts us more on track for our mission, rather than down by the cave, which is fully south. So if we wanted to go to our cave, we would want to start out the game and go south before we go on our mission. But maybe we should forget about the cave and start here and maybe try to save our people and then go west to do our mission. Can always do our cave at the end. Or we could just lazily mosey on down to the cave and then walk back up with our fast travel. What does the group want to do? Which one? It might be fun to start here. We've never started here yet. Yeah, why don't we start here? Yeah, let's start here at the Wind's Cross, and then it's kind of cheaper to go, like that's the hard area. Okay, we're going to start the Wind's Cross just for fun. We've never done that before. So let's start at the Wind's Cross. So we may instead put a 194, and then we bookmark it. Well, it took us a long time to get started here, but here we are, 194. The wind rushes between the walls of a rocky gorge, giving off an overpowering melody. Two cracks scar the ground, forming a pattern that reminds you of a cross. Okay, so we do remember this. We've seen it. There are some berries we could eat. So let's put this out and put ourselves on it. Now, do we think that to our east, like that is where our companions got lost, right? So shall we try to save them first? We're looking for a web with a creature. I mean, we're not ready to fight anything. Here's our two starting cards, by the way. Determination and Powerful, both very good cards. So let's go kill that spider that's got our people entombed. We think in a web, right? Better to help them now, except we can't go east, but we could go north and then east. I don't think we're going to be heading south anytime soon. So is it north? Where's our map? So where is our cross? There's the cross. You can see at the bottom. Okay, so here we are here. And where we think might be the nest is up here. Do you see any nest that? Oh yeah, there it is. There's the nest of the creature. Jonathan was right. It was on the card where the buried stuff is here. All right, that's it. We're going to rescue our people and fight this creature. It's not far away. We're going up to fight this creature. North, east, north. All right, here we go. This is, this is quite a trip to save these people. I hope they appreciate it. So I'm going to put this one away. We're not going to be doing this anytime soon, but let's see what we got here. A man is crouched beside his cart. I'm on my way back from the city after delivering wood. I have to be back before dark or my kids will be worried. But the damn wheel will break if I don't do something. Could you give me a hand? I can compensate you or drop you off on the way near the shell if you prefer. Well, we don't need any help with the shell, but we've got our engineers here. It feels like we should help this guy. They're good at building. Let's not forget to raise the dead soon. All right, so 2 and 4 success. This gives us 3 cards for 4 success and flag's turn. That feels like we should be able to accomplish that. Let me make sure we've got unleashed. All right, so let's draw ourselves 4 cards, and we've got 1 bonus here. 4 cards should be plenty. In fact, it's probably overkill, but let's go ahead. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 well, we can't use all 4 cards, fine. But we can use 3 cards. So we've got 3 successes plus 2 flags, and the engineers gets us our 4th star. So that worked out just fine. We've helped him repair his wheel. That goes away. And we read 393. Let's see what this guy has to say for our very efficient help repairing his wagon. I feel like we've done this in a previous scenario. Oh, thank you. Without your help, I would have been there all night. My kids wouldn't have slept a wink. So he can give us 2 149s, or he can take us to the shell, which is west. We don't want that. So let's just take 149. So that's not bad. We're probably going to get our mirrors back here. Let's see. Spool of thread and a spool of thread. Okay, 2 spools of thread. But they're useful. First of all, they're barterable items. Second of all, we can repair our stuff. We can repair any fabric that gets damaged. All right. That's us unleashed. So we went north. Yes. North. Where's my card so I can remember? Okay. 359. Okay, 359 has scenario specific, but not for us. We've seen these all before. Okay, we're continuing through that gorge. I forget what this is, but we've been here enough recently that it seems like we shouldn't bother with it. All right, we're headed up the gorge. We know exactly where we're going. We're going to rescue our people. It would be nice to raise the dead before we get there, but we'll see how that goes. So I'm going to move up here, draw a card, put it there. I'm going to keep, let's see, who's going to be our default person that's going to come with us? I guess if I don't declare anyone, it'll be the Traveler will come with us because he's generic stars. Okay. So it's time to go up here. A body emerges from a hole in the ground. You approach it and see that the unfortunate man has been cut in two at the waist. Burrowers, no doubt. So we can try to focus our attention, hold back our disgust, inspect the bag, roll a dice. We could get some items or some food, or it could make us sick. All right, so we do want to do this. We do got people who are good at thinking. Namely, our arcanist. Both of our arcanists are good at thinking. I guess we'd might as well use her. Okay, so 2 successes on 0 cards. This makes it 1 card, but we can turn that. And we can use this if we need it. So let's just draw 2 cards. Oh, but we need to get enough flags to trigger her. We do want to succeed, otherwise we're going to get injured. We don't want that. So I'm going to draw. How am I going to make this work? I need 2 flags here is what I need. I've got so many other cards that we're surely not using, but is there anything to help us think? Not really. Not a flute. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw 4 cards. That's how we're going to make the success. Only one of these we can use for stars, but if we can generate 2 flags, that'll be our second success. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we could draw an immediate other one. We don't need it. So we just need 1 of the stars here. That's fine. And then 2 flags triggers her second star. So that's our 2 stars. So we succeeded. We don't get to keep these, but we do get to roll a dice. That's a 5. So we take a 249 card. It's only 3 of these, so these are pretty good. See what we got from this bag. The Arcanist potion. Okay, well, that is very good for us because Oh, I thought she could use that, but no, we can use that for stuff and gain 2 life points. The potions are great, so nothing wrong with that. All right, then that gets discarded, and on our way we go. 97. We've seen this before, so there's the building. I forget who's in that building. I guess that's the person that gave us, that's the person who can go to Waterbank. You'll remember here, that's where he is. He's the way to go. We have to spend 3 barter to go to Kel, or we can go up to Waterbank, which we haven't been to this scenario. So, but I don't think we want that. But can we talk about this for a second? Where is Vesnia? Is she in Kel? Should we just open this? Should we just open this for fun? Guess we don't have to decide now, but give some thought to that. Like, I think we can afford to be a little more, whatever we didn't do last time, we could do next time. All right, but let's walk ourselves up here. Okay, up north, draw a card. We can keep it. Anticipation. Shuffle a card back in. All right, let's remember to use that. Okay, next up, we want to go east. We're trying to recover our people. So here we go. Let's see what this is. The skeleton lies at the bottom of, there's a lot of dead bodies around here. Skeleton lies at the bottom of a deep hole, a small leather bag beside it. If you'd rather go on your way, discard this. So we're going to have to climb down it, and we'll get a book. All right, we want this book. 03 or 04 if we have cumbersome. We do have a cumbersome, but we have only 1 cumbersome, and we've got an ability that lets us ignore it. I think we only have 1 cumbersome. Yeah, we only have 1 cumbersome, and we have something that lets us ignore 1 cumbersome. So we don't have a cumbersome. It's a 03 and climbing. We have the rope that helps us climb. -2 and gives us a star. So we have 1 star. And now, do we have any people that are good at climbing? No, but we have this generically useful guy. Okay, so I guess this is the screen I want for this kind of thing. Okay, so we need 3 successes. That's going to give us 1. That's giving us 2. So we really only need 1 more. But if we get enough, we can avoid using this. So I'm just going to draw 2 cards. Okay, so 2 successes, 3 successes, that's our success. If we wanted to, we could shuffle this back into our action deck to get it back again. I guess we don't need it yet. All right, well, we get to keep one of these, that's good. Sure, let's do that. And just use it up now with our 3 life points gain. Sure. Okay, so that's our rope and our stranger. I'll just keep them here so we remember to use them. All right, so I've chosen to keep this card, and we get a book. We get a fancy double-sided book. All right, this is exciting, always exciting. Jonathan thinks if we deliver that package, we're going to get killed. So we should open up the package, Jonathan, you think? Okay, let's see what book we got. Treatise on Poetry for Carrots. I don't like this book. This is a book we had before. We got something better. All right, I'm going to use our ability, we said, to throw away the books we've already read. That's 449. Okay, what about this one? Sewing manual. Okay, we've never seen this before. Keep hoping we're going to see the Amber Night book volume 1, but okay. Sewing manual, intermediate level. What the hell? Look, it's how to sew a dress of some sort. Okay, with threads. And what's it say here? All the instructions you need to sew a real Arcanist robe. If you're at the Citadel and a 461 is available, you can discard a spool of thread to take it. So you can sew yourself an Arcanist robe. Do we already have the Arcanist robe? No, we have the magic tunic, but we don't have an Arcanist robe. Okay, so that's not that useful to us since our mission's almost over, but okay. So we've got our book, and now we're on our way again. That was 142 comes out. Jonathan, you want to... We had that carrot before in our last mission, and it turned into gold. Do you want to open that package, Jonathan? Okay, here's 142. Here we are. We're about to cross the carbon line. Jonathan says, sure, let's open the package. All right, we got a package we're supposed to deliver. And we've decided curiosity has gotten the best of us. We're going to unwrap it. So you just unwrap it. You don't have to do a test. Jonathan thinks this is the package that if we deliver, we get killed. I'm not sure that that's right, but it doesn't matter. We're going to banish this and read 435. Let's see what happens. I think maybe Jonathan was right. The parcel contains a small and ordinary box, which, to your great surprise, contains only a simple letter. My dear Vesnia, the person who gave you this parcel is the one who delivered your 2 sons. May their souls rest in peace to Dadicum's Citadel. I promised you I would find the person responsible. It took me a long time, but I finally succeeded. I promised them a big reward, so they would give you the package in person. You may now have your revenge. Try to do it as quickly as possible, quietly as possible. I wouldn't want the purveyors to trace it back to us. I, for one, consider my debt to you paid in full. You congratulate yourself on your indiscretion. Who knows what would have happened if you had brought the package to its recipient? That's pretty cool. All right, so we get 349 cards, which are the glimmers. So we're going to trade in these glimmers right before this for a Hope Reborn. And then we get 3 new glimmers. Okay, fine. And 1 Hope Reborn, which we could use whenever we want as an upgrade. And a 154, which I don't remember. Oh, that's one of our confident or something. Lucky. Okay. All right. That's pretty fun. Jonathan was right. That package, if we had delivered it, would have gotten us in trouble. All right, so we have a Hope Reborn. I wonder if we shouldn't use it. I guess we can carry it around for a while. And did we already walk over here? I can't remember. No, let's walk over there. On the double. All right, we should probably keep this card so we can travel more quickly. Although, I guess it's not in really dangerous area, so maybe not. Before we do this, I think we should do this right now and use this up and block it. So this is the card that lets us gain 3 life points. I'm just doing this because my new strategy is when we get these blockable cards that we can use, we should just use them. So she's good at spell casting. She can let us use 2 cards and turn flags. So if I draw 3 cards, 3 life points is worth 9 health for us. So I'm going to try to spend it, try to pull this off on 3. And we only need 2 because we could use this. Okay, so we're only allowed to use 2 cards, which is 2 successes. We need 3 successes. Unfortunately, we didn't quite do it. We could throw away 2 cards to generate an arcane. That would do it. Or we could just discard this. Let me see. I guess we don't need on the double. I'm going to throw away 2 cards rather than use this good card. So with those, immediately after this is revealed, you can discard cards from your hand in order to take the, count the symbols. No, that's not useful. Okay, so 2 cards and 2 arcane gets us 4 success. So we've achieved this. And to throw away some cards, but it does get us 3 life points, which brings us up to 81. And then this gets blocked. Fine. Okay, now we're doing this. Okay. So if we were on random injured or ill character loses 2. Okay, we didn't have that. This is just this annoying card we have to get by. We get lost in this forest. Nothing else to do here, is there? There's no number. In places the vegetation is so lush, you regularly have to retrace your steps. Okay, so we just have to get by this now. Actually, it stays out here. It's just a... No, it's going to go away once we deal with it. All right, so let's just go deal with this card. And is anyone good at navigating? This dog is not the dog that's good at navigating. I don't think we have anyone good at navigating. I'll just bring our normal traveler with us. 4 and 6. It's just expensive to do it. So we have to draw 4 cards. How did these, this is a little weird. This lets you draw with 1 flag, you can draw 3 less, but how do you know how many flags you get until you start drawing? All right, well, I'm just going to go ahead and draw the 4. I think that should be enough to get us there. Otherwise, we're going to get exhausted. So yeah, here's our 4 cards. It's weird. We've got all these right-hand stars, but 1, 2. Whoa, 6 successes? I didn't really pay attention to that. All right, we are going to fail this then. 1, 2. We've only got 2 successes. 3 successes. So we're actually far away from 6. Even if I use this. All right, so it was a dead end there. We take a 1 card. Usually we manage to avoid this. We are now exhausted, but if you're already exhausted, -6. Okay, we get this. this stays in front of us. We're still here. We can do whatever we want. So we can... Now notice this one doesn't let you rest. It just says that when you rest, you can return it. But we have no ability to rest. And these cards we all just lost. Yikes. So now we have to do this again, but we have to succeed. Okay, so let's just use our lucky card to get us one of our successes. And then we're going to do the same thing again, although I wonder if we don't have anything else. Where's our juggling balls? They just let us get rid of confused, not exhausted. We don't have a way to rest. I guess we just got to try this again. Except this time I'm using lucky. This guy's getting used with us. I'm going to draw... Still feel like 4 cards should have been enough to get us 6. I'm going to draw 4 cards again. Wow, really? Again? What is going on? These were all right-hand stars, and these are all left-hand stars. Wow, we are getting pretty unlucky. Okay, so we've only got 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars with flag. I can bring it up to 5, but that's all I can do. I can't get us to 6. Wow. We are really getting lost in this place. All right, so the bad news is that we're going to get another exhausted, which is going to trigger this. So we're drawing a new exhausted card, which says if you're already exhausted, which we are, we lose 6 cards. And return this, which is worse, because that one would let us recover it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We just lost 6 cards. And because we get stuck with this card, which doesn't give us a way to rest, and we got this one gets gotten rid of. That's pretty terrible for us. And all these cards are done. Now we're exhausted, and we're still blocked at this point. And we've lost our lucky card. Maybe I really should have overdone it instead of been so stingy. All right, well, now we've got to reset our hand. Eight, 9, 10. All right, so 10 health we lost, and we're down to 71. And now don't forget we have to deal with this guy. And then I'll overdo it here. I'm not going to let that happen to us again. Boy, that was... There's no reason to be so stingy with cards other than to not make it a cakewalk for us. But boy, that hurt. All right. It's okay. It's thematically appropriate that we're stuck in this vegetation with Roburn. All right, I've paid to... get our health energy back. Now we have to deal with this guy, which says that we've got to heal him. Assuming we want to keep taking him with us, which we do. So it's Inail's job to help us save him. We're doing a healing action. We can use 3 cards to get 3 successes. I'll just draw the 3 cards. Here we've got our 3 successes. So overkill. We've saved him. He says thank you. He gives us a glimmer. and a 64, which is him. He's the 64. All right, then we put the 320 back. All right, let's try to get through this brush now for real. Where's our Traveler? I'm taking the Traveler. I'm going to draw 6 cards. We'll just overkill this, but let's see how overkill this is. Not that overkill, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 2 flags gets us our success on this guy. There's our, well, actually though, we can only use 4 of these because we didn't bring someone that let us do better. So actually, please don't tell me I failed this again. Okay, 1, 2, 3 stars on, no, okay. So 4 cards. So with 4 cards, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 stars. 2 is 5 stars. But then we can trigger him again for our 6th star. You might think we couldn't because, well, we could do this, but this says max 1, but remember that one of our abilities says max +1. So actually, we barely got that done. That was scary. All right, now we know this is not a card to be taken lightly. All right, but the Traveler paid off, which gives us a glimmer, and we get rid of this. Boy, that was nasty. All right, 410. We got stuck behind that thing for a while, and we're still exhausted. Let's look for a place to rest. All right. I think we're going to be able to wake our undead creature near this tree. Maybe he can help us out. All right, let's walk ourselves over there. I'm going to actually draw 2 cards to walk. Oh, I have to draw 2 cards to walk because I want to keep both of these. Our ability lets us keep both. Okay, now we've got a reflex card. Let's talk about this because this is different for us. We've drawn a reflex card. We can discard the cards in our hand to take accounts there. We don't need any successes, but there's an ability we got here, which we have never used. But let's look at this for a second. For each reflex card you choose to discard, you get a skill. So if we keep this card in our hand, we can just use it as a random skill. I think that's useful to us. I think we should keep this. I mean, obviously we should keep it for now, but I think we should keep it for a while. All right, that walked us over to here. And now I think we're going to summon the undead thing. So we have the tree of summoning right there. And we have our gambler's bone. So we're going to conduct this spell now. Where is our spellcasting woman? Can she make that free for us? No. Still cost us. Okay. Anyway, we're asking her to conduct this spell. She's a little better than us. We got to draw 1 card. We actually can keep this card. Scholar, very appropriate. Okay, a crackling sound resonates from inside the trunk as a bony hand emerges to tear away the bark. The being that emerges then throws itself to the ground in search of the carrot. So we have to discard the carrot. Okay. And we take a 471, which is wrapped in a worn out toga. The creature staggers in your direction. Purple mushrooms have grown on its scrawny limbs, and it gives off an unpleasant odor that quickly attracts a few large green flies. So it's this dead creature with mushrooms growing out of it. When you discard or return this, return the bad reputation. So we turn into a bad reputation for raising the dead, but it gives you a constant random symbol. All right, so now it gives us a bad reputation, which is a 131. However, our strategy has been to pay to get rid of the bad reputation. Let's see how this works. So we get this bad reputation. So as long as we have a good enough reputation, we can at any time we want, or I guess not at any time we want. It sounds like right now, I'm not sure, but we are going to go ahead and do this to get rid of bad reputation. Bad reputation only has an effect on some weird times, like you try to talk to someone, but we don't like taking the risk. We don't like carrying around bad reputation. And our reputation is so good that it doesn't hurt us to lose a little bit. All right, so we lost 3 reputation to get rid of this. So it's not haunting us. And now we have this undead that's going to follow us around for this entire mission and give us some shield, and he can't be hurt. Constant shield of 2, and constant symbol, as long as we don't fail. It does have to be declared ahead of time, but I'm going to put him out because we always going to consider him declared. He's always declared, unless I say otherwise. Okay, and that's our book. Fine. We're still exhausted, so look for a place to rest. We don't want to get exhausted again. All right, where is our destination here? Looks like it's directly north. All right, so we want to explore to the north here. Let me get myself on that path. Okay. You kick something that rolls across the ground. It's a human skull. You discover other bones that obviously belong to a traveler and their donkey. Looking back, you notice a barrel trapped in the branches of a grasper. If you'd rather go on your way, you just discard this. Otherwise, we can climb the tree and discover some waterbank wine to gain 3 life points. Okay, we want this. We just don't want to fail it. I feel like we can do this. We have to climb. We have our rope. We are a little bit exhausted, but it's just cards. Just 5 cards we have to draw now. We don't have anything else that will help us climb, do we? Like our stick or anything? Not really. All right, but let's just do this. So we just need to draw now. When we combine it with the rope, 5 cards. If we had something that would let us draw less, that would be nice, but we don't. So here's our 5 cards. We only need 1 success, so it's sort of a done deal. We don't get to keep any of these, but we do get 3 life points for our trouble. Now we're up to 74. And then this gets banished. Yeah, fine. All right, here we go. Up to the creature. 306. Are we ready to fight this creature? 306, there's only a gold. That's going to be this thing here. We could look at it. Remember, we're not on our, this was our previous mission, but what we're really trying to hunt is this creature here. But I wonder if we shouldn't look at the egg to see if anything has changed about it first. Let's walk ourselves up there. Are we ready to do battle? Do we have our arcane energy? We don't have any arcane energy to use to power this. I'd love to find some more of that. So we're going to have to fight normally. But we do have some weapons to power our other weapons. All right, so let's walk up here. It costs us 2 cards for that. We can keep... We don't need these. All right, so shall we look at this egg? If we look at it, we might get attacked again. All right, let's fight our creature then first. All right, this is a little spooky. Yeah, we need this. All right, so we actually, it's kind of unusual. This is the card we're using now. The Lair. Okay, if we see this on our card, then we do this action. We need 3 successes, and then we're taking the number plus 95. If we're wrong and at the wrong place, we would get exhausted again. We don't want that. So we need a compass. No one is good at using the compass, but we'll take our generic guy here. Let me get this out. All right, we're doing our thing. Rope goes back away. Do we really not have anything that's good with the compass? Seems like... And do we really not have anything that can get rid of exhausted? Hold on a second. We can get rid of exhausted with this unleashed card. We should have done that a long time ago. Then we wouldn't have gotten that double hit. Boy, that would have made sense. All right, I'm just going to use this. Well, we might need this to fight this creature. The only... We might need this to fight this creature. On the other hand, if we fight it, it might say if you're exhausted, bad things happen. You think we should use this, Jonathan, huh? All right, let's just use this. We'll get rid of exhausted. It's dangerous to carry around exhausted into a fight. Okay, so I'm putting the exhausted back. We're losing our unleashed since we can get it again. I wish I had thought to use it before. That would have been much better for us, but I messed up. All right, now we got to do this. We still got resourceful. All right. 2. We also have 5 glimmers. We should probably trade those in and start doing some upgrades, but okay, let's one thing at a time. All right, we need 3 successes. We could generate if we need it, but we don't want to have to use that when we're about to fight this thing. So I'm going to go ahead and draw. No, we get to use all of these. 4. I'm going to draw 5 because I can't. Well, no, we can do it again. Okay, 4 cards. All right. So we've overdone it, which is fine. We don't get to keep any. We've succeeded at finding the tracks of the beast. So now we draw terrain card plus 95, assuming we're in the right place. We're in 306, so 390 plus 95. So 301 we should be at. No. 306 plus 95 is not 301. It's 401. 406 minus 5 is 401. Okay. So there's our 401 with the thumbs up confirming. Hidden in the undergrowth, you spot the lair of the creature that attacked your people. As you enter, you'll hear a sinister hissing sound. Let's see what this creature is all about. I'm a little scared, but are we ready to fight it if we have to? I guess we are. I wish we were unleashed, though. Whoa. It's unsettling, it's epic, and it has a reach of 2. So if we had kept our unleashed, we would have blocked unsettling. On the other hand, we have a ruthless attack card that does let us block unsettling. Let us ignore unsettling if we take a weapon in. All right. Wounds. All right, we should be able to take care of this guy. He does look a little scary. Any numbers to see in him? No. Okay, he's got unsettling. He's got epic and reach 2. These are all pretty scary stuff, but not stuff we can handle. I think we're in okay shape. So as long as we can avoid unsettling, let's see what we've got here. So unsettling, we can only use 1 card. He's unsettling 1. But as long as we use this card, we can bypass that. And we can spend a different card from our hand to keep this in hand. That's good. Now he's epic. That doesn't affect single player mode. And it's good for our side quest. But he's also got reach 2. During each consequence step, if it fails, you lose 2 extra cards. Okay. All right. Well, this is doable. This is doable. All right. Let's put our 6 on here. Unfortunately, we can't use our super weapon because we can't power it up. So let's declare that we're going to use, let me see if I can do this properly. So here's our hand. We're not going to bring the traveler, but we are bringing this creature. We're going to bring someone who's good at fighting, which I guess will be Garignac. The dog is not helpful to us. We don't want him to run away. All right, so Garignac and the undead. The undead's just going to help us block and give us a symbol. He's going to let us turn flags into successes. We're going to use the ruthless attack, which requires a weapon. That's okay. We're going to bring a weapon. Probably we're going to bring our war pick. Okay. We'd love to do 6 in one shot. Otherwise, we could end up blocking our war pick and blocking our undead, losing our undead. So we need to succeed and get 6 in 1 here. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to use powerful. We don't have to declare this yet. So there's 1. That's going to go 2, 3, 4. Then at least 5. So I think we're going to be okay here. Now, he doesn't let us use an extra card. That's a shame. Do we have anyone who can fight that lets us use an extra card? No. How about a weapon that can use an extra card? 2 to 1. That's not as good. We do have some bombs and stuff. I think we can do this on our own, though. Look at this net we could use that let us draw 2 cards. That's almost better. What about shield? How much damage is this going to do to us? None. Got some potions. We could use Jagged Rock. I don't think we need it for this, though. But 2, we only get to draw 2 cards. We get to use 2 cards. I think we need this all, but this is the hardest one because we can only use 2 cards. All right, let me just make sure this succeeds. I'm going to declare that we're going to use... No, I don't want to use it. All right, so we're only going to be able to use 2 of the cards that... Oh, no, it's 2 or more. It's not even locked. It's not even locked. This guy is easy. Oh, wait, it is locked. I don't know what's wrong with me. All right, so we're going to use 2 cards, but this gets us 3, 4, and then 5. So technically, I only need 1 success on 2 cards. I'm going to draw 4 so that we can use symbols, so hopefully I won't have to use all this. All right, well, we didn't get symbols. This is a weird... I got to remember to do these one at a time so that when we trigger this stupid reflex, we could draw 1 additional card. I'm not going to use it today because... Actually, I am going to use it. Draw 1 additional card. Okay, that doesn't help us. And then here's the last one that I said. So I've got all these cards here, but I can't really use them. I can only use 2 of them. So the most we could do is these 2. So there's 3 success on 2 cards. I'm going to get to keep one of these cards. So there's 3 success. And then here's... And we've got no symbols but 1. That's terrible. Okay, well then here's this. 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've killed it. But I did have to use Powerful Up. Alternatively, I could do 3, 4, 5. That does 1. Max of 2. Let me just see before we use this. 3. And then 4. No, I think we just got to use this. Okay, so I blocked Powerful in order to trigger the War Pick to do our 6. So we've done 6. We've killed it. We get to keep 1 of these cards in hand. I can't make benefit of that. Reach. I don't want that. But I suppose if I keep the reflex, it's an extra card symbol we can generate. All right, I could actually keep 2 of them. I might as well. I don't want to run away from this guy. I'm going to take this card as my second one. Now, I need to keep this in my hand so we can avoid unsettling, which means I need to throw away a card. So I'm going to throw away this card, and then I keep these 2 new cards. All right, that was our first battle here. Sorry this is taking so long. We didn't fail it, so we don't have to worry about losing anything. But it was reach 2. What was reach again? During each consequence, if it fails. Okay, so you don't want to fail ever. All right, so here we are again, except now we don't have the strength, but we do have some other stuff we could use. Do we have potion? We have an acrobat's potion and an arcanist potion. So I think maybe we should... The war pick is not so good for us anymore. So maybe war pick goes away. We could use this to do 4 damage here. So let's do that. So we're going to fight with our scepter, and we're going to drink the arcanist potion. So that's going to get us 1, 2. Normally we can only do this max once, but because we've got our upgrade of tenacious, we can do it twice. So that's going to be 4 damage. Then we just need to do 2 more of our own. We could use this for 1, and we can use this for here. So we could draw as few as 2 cards. I need to refresh our health first. 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, I mean, this is a big battle with an epic creature. It shouldn't surprise us that it takes a little effort here. Okay, so 8 health gets us back here. Let me spend those 8. That brings us to 66. Okay, so we're going to do 4 damage with this scepter. And then we just need 2 more. We can get a guaranteed 1 here. So really we only need 1 more success. Normally I would have to draw at least 4 cards. However, because we're using Garrignac, we could draw 2 less. Four, 5. If we totally whiffed on this for some reason and didn't get 2 stars, didn't get any stars, we could still do 5, spend both of these to trigger his 6. So I'm going to draw 3, but I think that's overkill. This, we're using this, we're using this, we're using this. I feel like this is fine. I'd rather keep these if I can. Okay, so here's our cards. So we can use all 4 of these. So there's 4 success. Plus we already used this. So 5, 6, 7, 8. We've done 8 damage to this guy. So we've killed him. We don't get to keep any of these. What's this? Okay, so there's the cards we spent. We drew, we got 8. We needed to use... We don't need to use Restless Attack. This doesn't have to be declared ahead of time. We didn't need it to beat Unsettling, because Unsettling just says how many cards you can use from your hand. So we didn't need to use that, so that's fine. We didn't need to use any of these. But we did use our Acrobat's Potion. When we did, we gained 2 life. This gets discarded. And we've killed this guy in a 1-shot, which brings him down here. He doesn't trigger his reach. Did we use that potion during the first phase as well? We definitely didn't. We used the powerful card I have that triggered 4 fists. Okay, and then we would take a wound, but in this case, the undead blocked the wound. We didn't even need to use our dog or anything like that. Okay, everyone resets, and now we've got this. to fight. We need to do 4 damage. We want to do it in one shot. But I think maybe we shouldn't even... I wonder if we should even bring this guy. I guess we'll bring him. Now, is there any point in using the scepter? No, I don't think so. We're going to have to find a different way for us to get 4 successes here. I think what we could do, if we're worried, we could use this to generate 2 successes with our acrobats potion. But maybe the thing to do, we could use our longbow and our potion. Actually, this is kind of cool. We could use our 2 reflexes to generate these 2 symbols. In fact, he's generating 1. He's generating another. That would be enough to get 3. And then we would just need 1 success on our own. I think that's what we'll do. I think just for fun, we're going to use our longbow on this guy. We do have an ammunition. So in worst case scenario, we'll be able to generate 3 from here. Maybe we don't need to generate the 4th. Let's just try it. All right, so here's the 2 cards we drew. We can only use one of them. That's fine. That's 1 success. 2 flags gives us 2 success. But we still are going to need to trigger. We could go 3 success. And we could do 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And not use this. It doesn't really matter. It depends. I guess it depends. I guess I'd rather spend these. I'm going to spend these. 1, 2. How about 1, 2, 3. Depends whether we want to keep these or these. I guess I'd rather use these since we went to the trouble of longbow. Okay, so I'm going to use each of these to generate a symbol. Oh, we guess we only need 1. Okay, so there's our 1 symbol, 2 symbol. That is our 2 dexterities to generate 3, 3, 4. That kills it. Okay, so it succeeded, so he stays alive. This gets spent. We use the longbow. This gets spent. We succeeded. This gets banished, but we have to do a test to see if we lost our ammunition. So we only lose our ammunition on the roll of a 1. So that was a 3, so we didn't lose our ammunition. So our bow, which is normally kind of useless, did come in handy. We didn't fail, so we don't have to do anything. We killed this epic monster. It took us a half hour to do so. So we now read 475. Well, we didn't think it was going to be easy. Let's see what happens when we kill this, if we can rescue our people. Is anyone still with me? I know that's... Oh, it is what it is. Here we go. The horrible creature is dead. You hurry to the back of the lair, where you find the remains of a partially devoured body. A hoarse moan attracts your attention. Ganea is engulfed in a thick web, and you tear it off to free her. Visibly shocked, she burst into tears. It was awful. I had to watch this monstrosity feed on Falcon and wonder when it would be my turn. I held out by eating the bugs that got caught in the webbing and drinking the rainwater that trickled from the ceiling. Before leaving the den, you collect a few things that must have belonged to Falcon. Once outside, you propose to Ganea that she accompany you. If you don't mind, I'd rather go back to the Citadel immediately. I need some rest and some peace of mind. I understand. Just be careful on the way back. So take a 99. We got a Hope Reborn. And a 199, which is some item that we found. Okay. A shield, which we don't want. It's too heavy for us. Stupid shields. It does ignore brutal. All right, I'm going to carry it for the time being. We'll figure out what we want before we lose, before we leave. And then we got a 411, which is what? You have got your hands on a solid metal breastplate. Another armor, really? There's some miscalibration in this game about how important armor is, at least for solo. So this whole, all right, but we didn't do it to get rewards. We did it to save our people, but we're going to be dropping all this wonderful stuff. Banish on the Tracks of the Beast card and take a 106. All right, so we've accomplished this mission. We got a Hope Reborn. We saved this woman, and the game says that we get to draw the replacement 106, which is pretty cool. So we don't have to re-explore the map to get this. We get this. Well, let's see. Did it say, do we get to put it out now? Or do we have to wait till we go back to hear about it? It says, take a 106 card. I guess we don't even get to see it. I guess this goes in the, we'll have to get back to the Citadel to hear about this place. All right, so I'll just put this in our collection right now. I'll put it on the map when we take a break. All right, we killed this spider, which does get us one step closer to having 3 epic battles, right? One more epic battle and we'll get a hunting trophy. Is this the armor of the guy who just got eaten? I guess it is. It didn't help him much, did it? A shield and armor he had to fight off the spider. All right. Well, it didn't do him any good, and now we're going to drop it. I guess it makes sense that we'd be dropping it because, first of all, we can't carry either of these. Now, we do have other armor. Let's see if we want to replace any of our armor with these two. Let's take a look at all of our armor here. Why is it? Okay, so here's all of our different armor. So this is weightless, which is great. So we're not going to get rid of that. But here's our other armor. We're at 13, so we could drop our chainmail to keep one of these. But the only question really is if we want that shield just for its brutal ability. Otherwise, chainmail looks better. That's the chainmail we got from the Amber Knight. But brutal is pretty bad, right? Brutal is each consequence. If it fails, you roll a die and you might block an armor or a weapon. It's pretty bad, but we don't often fail. Oh, we'd have to drop another cumbersome. No way. It's not worth it for having to drop cumbersome. I'm not sure what our other cumbersome is. Let me see. Is it the stick? No, stick isn't cumbersome. Pole isn't. It's the bow. It's cumbersome. I don't think it's worth it to take something that's cumbersome. I think we just keep our chainmail and drop these 2 heavy things that we just found in the spider's web. Good riddance. Is there something amazing about this that we're not seeing? It's got like some key, it's got some number. I guess if you're If you're filled with fists, maybe that's good for you. I mean, brutal is good, but it's not that good. Torso armor. All right, I'm just getting rid of them. That spider didn't give us much. Yeah, just leave it in the thing. Keep our chainmail with us, which we don't use anyway. All right, so it's time for us to resume our mission. I think before we do, though, let's go look in here and see if there's anything interesting. I really don't want to have to fight another centipede, but I gotta go look in there and sate my curiosity. All right, here we are. The spider gave us adventure. Was that his gift to us? You gaze at the imposing metal structure. It's difficult to comprehend that this sacred egg, as the birdman calls it, can end not only your existence, but the existence of everyone in the collapsing lands. You finally decide to set off again before that fateful drum beats once more. Okay. So a little bit of flavor, like if you somehow mistakenly come here thinking this is where you have to go. All right, so here we are. It's time for a break, then we'll come back and we'll head off to our next adventure. Having killed that spider. Where is our next adventure? Well, we're either going to the Blue Giants or we're heading to our cave to see what shield and armor we don't want in the cave. I'll see you in 8 minutes. I think that I think we refreshed our hands, so that means Roburn has to be healed up again. We know the drill here. 320 is what gives us the instructions for him. I should just keep this with him. So we're doing a heal action. She's helping, which means we can use 3 cards to get 3 successes. We've got cards if we need it. I'm going to just draw 3 cards. So with 3 cards, we've got 2 successes, but 2 flags, which is our 3rd success, and that heals him. So that's that. He's healed up again. We take a glimmer. I was going to say, though, it's time for us to send back our glimmers for a Hope Reborn. So those glimmers go away. And then he gives us a new glimmer. And that gets returned. All right, so that's Roburn all healed up again. Now we have to figure out where to go next. Now, Jonathan was saying go south to the base of the dried up lake. Go south and then west. Then we'll pass by the mines that might have the weed killer they wanted. That sounds good. Except I want to suggest one slight change to that. If you look at our map, there's something we suffered from in that battle with the spider. We've got this amazing weapon, but it needs magic power, arcane energy to power it. And if you look over here, so we're right now here. Undo this. Okay, so we're here. So we know we have to go this way. But if we take a little detour to here on our way west, we can trigger this magic energy source. Now, it's not as clean as the other magic energy sources we know about. We'd have to throw away... We have to throw away an arcane card from our hand. And then we do this action, but it lets us grab a 349, which is that magic energy, unless there's a different place to get magic energy. But I think there's 2 of those magic energies in the deck. We should probably get it since that weapon is so powerful. So I propose, let's just go ahead and walk this way anyway, because we know I have to walk a bit. So that's 1 walk. And then 2 cards to walk here. Do we want these? These are pretty good. I don't need Scholar, but I think I'd rather have... Ruthless Attack was pretty useful, but I think it's done its job. And then we don't need this anymore. Do we want to talk to these people again? No, we don't need to do that anymore. Okay, so then I'm going to walk here again for 2 cards. Just going to throw those out. Okay, so here we are here. Now, I was suggesting that, well, we want to go left anyway. We're agreed that we want to go left. So let's just go left right away here. We have to deal with this first, though. Oh, it's alembic. Okay. Lightning. If a piece of alembic... Oh, no, it's not lightning. Clouds gather in the sky, accompanied by a distant rumbling. Suddenly, thunder ripped through the charged atmosphere with a deafening crash before several lightning bolts strike the ground. Otherwise, if we don't have an alembic, lightning strikes a few feet from you in a deafening explosion. Take a 13 card to try your luck. If we don't, we're going to get injured. All right. Well, we only have 1 glimmer. All right, let's see how our luck holds up. Lady Luck is on your side. Okay, so we got lucky. If it's on our side, take a 2. Otherwise, we would have lost all our hands. Okay, well, a 2. What is a 2? I feel like we don't get 2s very often. What is a 2? Confused. All right, well, it's okay. We know how to get rid of confused. Okay, if you're already confused, otherwise, the maximum number of cards you may have in your hand is decreased by 1. So this triggers right away. So I have to get rid of a card. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of Reflex. Okay. All right, I got rid of Reflex. So we don't need that. Now, we can get unconfused with this action here, or we have the juggling balls, which get us unconfused. Is this easier to do? Yes, it's substantially easier. All right, so I'm just going to draw 2 cards, juggle these balls here. We only need 2 successes, and I can generate if I have to. I guess I'll get 3 because I'd rather. Well, no, let me just use. I'll just use 2. Okay. All right. Well, with 2 stars, 2 cards, I've only got 1 success, but we can generate another one with this determination. So that's 2 successes. That gets rid of the confused card. We still keep the juggling balls, and we get a 150, which is being focused, which lets us grab a card. I'm going to immediately use this card to grab back determination. And now we're focused. Okay. We do have Hope Reborns we can use for upgrades. In fact, if we think we might want to use them for health, we might want to think about using them. I think we've got plenty of health, 68, but we could absolutely start using these for some upgrades if we have stuff we want to do. Do we want to get some skill cards for fun? Let me walk our way west first. Let me not forget to do that. 183. All right, there's this. I don't have we done this mission? Search this boat for stuff? Seems like that might be a little bit fun. My plan is to come up and get that arcane magic thing. Let me walk over here. So as long as the group is not objecting to me heading towards that arcane thing here. Do we want to do this? Do we want to look in this? Is this the shipwreck that we'd be looking in, or this green mold thing? The boat was disappointing from the last set. All right, we could just ignore it. I can't even tell if this is looking at the boat or at this stuff. But it does remind me, let me take a little break here, talk about 2 movies I watched recently on Netflix or Amazon Prime or something. And this reminds me of one of them, which is Creepshow 2. If you've seen Creepshow 1 and Creepshow 2, I think it's number 2. They're little anthologies. They're like Twilight Zone movies, but they're a little more R-rated. But they're not bad. And there's one good episode in, I think, Creepshow 2, where there's this thing floating around the lake. And then I also saw Magic. Have you ever seen a movie called Magic with Anthony Hopkins? Jonathan, have you seen that? That seems like a movie you would have seen. If you haven't seen Magic, which is like a 1970s movie with Anthony Hopkins, it's a horror movie. I don't want to tell you anything about it. Go into it blind. I was looking at the reviews afterwards, and Vincent Canby, who's this New York Times movie reviewer, is like got the worst review. He's the worst reviewer on the planet, and he's been working for the New York Times for like 30 years, and he did not like it, which tells you all you need to know. But all right, go watch Magic when you get a chance. I think I saw it on Amazon Prime or Netflix. I can't remember which one. All right, so everyone's okay with me coming up here. And we're not going to look at this, I guess, because it's not near our quest and it looks like it's scary. Okay. Now, did I just do that to go here? Presumably I didn't look in here yet. Just want to make sure I'm not doing this twice. All right. So assuming I didn't already do this, I need to start doing that. Okay, here we go. Oh, it is an unveiler. Finally. All right, so we got a new unveiler in this space here. Out comes 168. By the way, if anyone's in the chat, in the channel, you know, using this channel to help them fall asleep, but you've seen Magic, now is the time to speak up. Corsican, are you a movie watcher? Have you seen Magic? Spot of land in the rocks, shaped somewhat like a giant shell, dominates the surroundings. Okay, here's this giant shell. There's a couple places we could go that we've been to on our previous campaign, but I don't remember what they are anymore. But we know what we're doing first. We're walking over here for one card. And now we're going to dig up this unveiler, surely. Okay, so there's our unveiler, and we know who's going to dig it. This guy we're bringing around to do nothing. That all he does is dig. What about the dog? The dog digs too. So look, the two of them are like best friends, these two. So with these two, he's -3 and he's -2. So actually, we don't even need Roburn because we've got the dog. The dog can dig better than Roburn can. I wonder if we shouldn't just let Roburn die. Once he dies, he gets banished though, so you can't like fix him up later. But all right, doesn't matter. This is all about bringing this whole troop to the end of this mission. So the dog and the Roburn can help out, so it's free. So we're just going to take a 400 and see what we've got. There's a whole bunch of them in here. Hopefully, if it's the time machine, then we're going to dig up again. But if it's anything else, we got to keep it. All right, here we go. It's the time machine. You want to drop Roburn down the mines? What are we going to do with this time machine? Is it possible we want to actually use it? I think we got to keep digging because this time machine is just... I mean, we're not digging it up, surely. Let's just dig again. Oh, I remember this. I remember this. Okay, you pull out a strange cage with bars apparently made of bones. You try in vain to break them. Book score is 15 or higher. You think there's a story to bring him home? That would be amazing. All right, let's check. First, let's do this first. All right, so our book score is higher, so we can read 504. Let's read about this special cage. I think this is, Jonathan, this may be where we got that cursed ring. 504. Few people have ever laid eyes on such a cage. Even fewer have known its origin or managed to open one. More than 1,000 cycles ago, long before the advent of city-states, the prophet spiders appeared. Is that what we fought? One of a prophet spiders? These multi-eyed cubic creatures brought with them the magic of their world. Now, I guess not to teach it to those they deemed worthy. Tired of seeing their peers embrace the ways and direction of these newcomers, many people entered into a conflict with the prophet spiders. Despite their superior numbers, the old guard faced exceptional difficulty in defeating this unlikely adversary, which was able to foresee the future and project themselves into it at will. The human forged enchanted weapons that enabled them to slow the creatures down before they could leave the present. Mortally wounded, the creatures would then die in the future. Today, although rare, one could find these weapons inside the fossilized rib cages of the long-dead creatures, and they look just like the cage you're staring at. Boy, that's creepy. But now, the question is whether we're going to try to open this, because we certainly could open it. We could succeed in this. It's expensive, but the woman could help us do it. Our arcanist could help us do it. But I'm not sure if it's good. I feel like it's a crapshoot here. But how can we not try to get this arcane magic weapon from the future? All right, so if we cast a spell with her, she would let us keep 3 cards. 3 cards for 5 successes, and we've got 1 here. And we can generate flags for her. So 1, 2, 3. We could generate just with her 3. So we will be able to succeed at this. This is the scepter. I think that's right, Jonathan. I think we got this. Even looks like it was in that cage. I think we get this from there, but there's multiple 300s. So this is going to get us some deluxe weapon, but I just don't know if we need a deluxe weapon. All right, but 2 cards. I'm going to draw 3 cards to see if I don't have to use all of these. All right, here we go. We're doing it. We're using the apprenticed arcanist, and the dog's, even though he can't help her, he's going to try to help. Do we need to use anything else? No, here we go. We need 5 successes. So we can use all 3 because of her ability. So there's 3 successes. And that's 4. And then if we can generate 1 more flag, we'll get our 5. So I think maybe we use this to generate our 5th star. All right, we don't get to keep any of these. She did good. You managed to pull the 2 bars apart enough to grab the contents of the cage. Take a 423. Okay, well, that's definitely not the scepter, so I don't know what a 423 is. There's only one of them. All right, here we go. Banish this. Okay. All right, let's see what magic thing we get in there. A Leviathan. So it's very similar to the scepter, but mostly worse. It's cumbersome. It generates the same thing with the arcane magic. It's just here you need 3 fists to get 4. So we don't have fists or arcane, so that's not useful. And it doesn't subtract 2, and it's cumbersome. So I think we're probably going to end up dropping this. This super powerful weapon we're going to end up dropping. Although there is one advantage of this, which is we frequently get unleashed, which is 3 fists. So that's pretty good. Although with 3 fists, we have our war pick, and it's almost the same. Yeah, I think we're going to end up dropping this. In fact, I wouldn't mind just dropping it right now, to be honest. Let me see how much. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, we're overweight. We're just going to drop this insane weapon. We're just dropping it. Look, the other thing it blocks occasionally. I'm just dropping this. It's crazy. I mean, if we didn't have the other one, we're like, magic future time traveling spider has dropped this $1 million weapon. We don't need it. All right, on our way. However, before we go, are there any of these things we want to do? Do we want to look at this? Do we want to go in here? I guess we're on our... I don't know now. I mean, I don't remember what those places are. I guess... And they're not on our map. I guess I'd be inclined to do them, even though we got stuff to do. Jonathan, any thought? So we were on here, I guess. I don't remember if we walked on it or not. All right, I don't hear anything, so I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I'm going to go look. I'm doing the look action here, 312. I figure if we don't remember what they do, maybe we should do it again. Getting to the top of the promontory is more challenging than you anticipated. Discard all 3 12s that we haven't drawn. Didn't even know there was more. Okay, without looking at them. If your weakness, we're not. If you don't have a weakness, you get a 153. Okay, so we just got in shape. All right, easy enough. All right, that was there. Now, what about this? I guess we're going to go do that one too. While we're here. There's multiple 120s. I'll just take this one here. Remaining alert, you inspect the area. It seems safe enough to take a short rest. All right, so we discard the 120 we didn't draw. All right. So if there's a fight, you have to fight. Otherwise, we can rest or think. Okay, well, let's rest. Because we've got sheep wool as well. When we rest, we take a 152. So we're going to go ahead and rest. We actually already, oh no, we don't have a 152, which is confident. All right, we don't take any card. Now we could unblock a card, which I think we should. I think we should unblock powerful because that's pretty useful for fighting. So that gets shuffled or put in our... When you unblock, you put in your discard. Okay. Fine. That was easy enough. We've done this one. We've done this one. Now we're going up to get our magic. VI. All right, let's see if we can get out of this easy. No. Thick fog prevents you from seeing more than a few steps ahead. Look at your timepiece at any moment. If it's between 7 and 11, discard this. Okay, it's not. So we have to trigger it. It's a fight. What's happening? So if we fight without getting rid of this card, we're adding ambush and ignoring unsettling. But we're not fighting. Is this the right card? The 6, right? We're not going to fight on this card with this card out, so that doesn't affect us. We just have to do this compass action. 6 and 6. All right, that's very expensive. We really don't have anyone to help us with compass actions. Here we are again. This is the second time this compass action has been so costly to us. Keep that in mind if we ever see some item that helps us navigate with compass. It sure would be useful. Not the shoes. The shoes don't help you. Confident in shape. Oh, in shape would let us draw less cards, but we could go get a card from discard. I think we're going to need to do that. I'll tell you why. Because we're going to have to get new health soon. And what we need is when we go up and try to get that magic, it says you must discard. See at the bottom left of this, it says if you want to take the following action, you must discard a card with the arcane symbol on it. So I'm afraid we're going to get ourselves up there and not have that card in hand. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab this card now so that we have it. Because this is all about getting the magic. Okay, so I'm going to go into our discard. And or action deck. Yeah. Okay, so I'm using focused right now to go grab that card. So now we have an arcane card in our hand. Let's make sure not to use it. So that when we get up there, we're going to be able to fetch that magic card. And now we're going to have to do this. The dog can't help. No one can help us. No one can help us, but the traveler can make it so we can turn flags into successes. All right, so there's 4 cards. We need to get past this. 6 successes. Right now we can generate 1, 2, 3 if we needed to. All right, well, I've got to reset our health first. Seven plus 1. Throw 1. Leave one of these down here. Okay, so 7. All right, we're down to 61 health. And now we're going to draw 6 cards. That should be enough, but it's a lot. I guess I'm going to draw 7. Let's not Surely it's overkill, but okay, let's just get past this. It's not what happened before happened to us again. All right, well, this is way overkill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. All right, well, we did it all. We didn't need anyone's help, even though this guy could have helped a lot. All right, that was pointless. All right, up we go. Not pointless, it was just overkill, but after what happened last time, I didn't want it to mess up again. Okay, 157, there's only a gold. Massive boulders are broken off. The carbon line is held. Same cannot be held for the territory to the south, ravaged by burrowers. That gets us our unleashed. The whirring of a large whitish ladybug pulls you out of your contemplation. Oh, it's the ladybug because we're almost near the purple stuff, maybe? What? Where's the... Oh, yeah, this is... Hold on a second. There must be a number here or something. Yes, there is. That's the ladybug to remind us that to let us know that there's a number. 198. So here's 198. As you make your way through the rubble, you notice wisps of pinkish smoke rising intermittently. Okay. So there's that. Now we can go check 363. Do we want to listen first? Hold on, before I do this. This card, according to our notes, is going to let us grab a discard that has an arcane, and I don't see it. So I'm going to do this listen first, 110. All right, let's listen. An oppressive silence hangs over the area as if all life has fled or perished. Discard all 110s. Okay, there's a couple different versions. Now we're going to search a little further on you, as if to confirm your gloomy observations. You spot a body lying down, face down. So we're going to look in the drawer here. Do we have anyone who's good at doing this? I feel like we've got a troop of like 20 people with us, and none of them have any useful skills. The dog can't search. No one can search. Blue, we got all this stuff. Even the burglar suit can't be used for this. Seems kind of ridiculous to me, actually, that we don't have any stuff to help us here. All right, but it doesn't matter. It's a 0-0. So why am I looking at this? Take a 13 card to try your luck. Okay, well, we'll use our glimmers if we need to make sure this is a success. For jinxed, we get a 290 instead of food or something. Okay, let's just see what we got here. Lady Luck is on our side and return it. That's the best outcome for us. All right, so what do we get? She's on our side, so we take a 149, which is going to be a jam. That's good. We can combine it with this jam and see what happens. And a 50. Okay, what is a 50 card? A book? We found a book on this guy? Yes. And it's another useless thing. We can eat to become unconfused. Shuffle cards back into your action deck. Why would you do that? All right, I don't care about that. So we can throw this card away now, and now we can do our magic. But before we do we want to do this combining? Now, last time we combined a bunch of these, but at some point we ate it. So let's look at what we could do. We could eat this for 6 life points. Wow. But I think we should be all in here. We should combine these jams until they can't be combined anymore. Just to see what happens. Bitter jam. Wow, that looks like a serious one. So if we combine, it's 205 plus the value of this one. So 208 we get. Can it combine bad? We never did it, Jonathan. We combined them a whole bunch of times and then we ate it. That's what I remember. We didn't do this out to the very end. So now we're 6 life points. I think we used it for life. Okay, but we're not. This time we're going to keep combining it. So we're combining for 208. Return 2 cards to get a 208 this time. So wait a minute, that is a 208. So if we combine 203 plus the value of the other card, I think it just keeps turning into bitter jam. Yeah, there are no more 208s. So if we were to combine this, we would it just keeps getting bitter. That's all. This is the end of the line. It just keeps, yeah, you combine these and then you get the bitter jam again. So instead, we're going to hold on to the Jack Fig jam and we're going to go ahead and eat this right now to get 6 life points and a 153. Even though we don't need the 153. I guess we'll just hold on to it. It's fragile. It might break. Let's just eat it. 6 life points. That brings us up to 67. And that's now eaten. And we get a 153, which we already have. Okay, now let's go do our magic. And then we can get back on our trail here. So 363. All right. Immediately after this is revealed, take a 49, which, have we really got no more 49s? That can't be, can it? How can that be? What did I do with all our glimmers? I must have put them back in the wrong place. Unless I discarded them. What did I do with the glimmers I returned? I haven't been misfiling things much. But I must have misfiled these now. Did I put them under the 99s? Yes. Okay. All right. So I misfiled the 49s under the 90s. All right. So take a glimmer. Fine. There's our glimmer. Next, you can choose a card with an arcane icon in their discard pile. Okay, but unfortunately, we don't have one. So we can't do that. And now, this is why I planned carefully the previous action of grabbing this just in case this happened to us. So now I want to discard a hand card with an arcane symbol so that we can do this action. We're going to spell cast now with our Arcanist Apprentice. Can't use the Traveler. She's going to let us use 2 cards to get 2 successes. If we need to, we could generate them entirely on our own, even without these. So let's try to do this efficiently by only doing these 2. Okay. Well, there's 1 success, and then the flags give us power her to give us 2 successes. So there's our successes. We get to keep one of these. I'll keep this one. This woman is amazing. And 349. And 349, there's actually two of, but we know what it is. This is why we came up here, to get this arcane energy. We came up here purely to get this because it powers our super weapon, which is the Chthonian Scepter. So now that we have that, she's done. This gets... Wait, this doesn't get discarded? This doesn't get discarded. We could do this again if we could get another arcane symbol. And look what's in the discard pile. Do we have any card that will let us fetch this from the discard pile? Because if we did, we'd be able to do this again. Unfortunately not. One of these does let you do it. That's a shame. I'd love to go and get that second one. Do we have any ability that lets us go fetch a card out of the discard? Not really, although we have got a bunch of stuff. All right, I guess we can't. That's really a shame. I'd love to get that second one while we're here. All right, it's not the end of the world. Maybe we shouldn't be greedy. Let me see something for a second. Food lets us bring cards into our hand. No, that's not really what we want. All right, let's just let it go. There's mushrooms we could eat. All right, we're overthinking it. It's not necessary. There might be a way for us to do it. There might be a way for us to get that second one, but maybe let's not be greedy. All right, it's time for us to go on our mission. Or at least towards the mine. So the mine is here, right, Jonathan, we think? Let's see. Where are the mines? There's the mines right there. So there's the mines. And here's where we are. So we could just head back down and go like that. That would be the most efficient way. On the other hand, if there's other stuff we want to see, we do know how to... Oh no, we already dug up the stuff. So shall we just go... Look at those. I remember these people. Remember the people that lived inside the turtle shell, these creatures? They were pretty cool. All right, so we just head to the mine. Jonathan, you really think there's a story at the mine for Roburn? All right, let's head towards him. Although it's not in the direction we want to be going for the giants. The giants are in the northwest. Do we really want to divert down to the mine? I guess we do. We want to try to get the weed. The weed killer is there, yeah. All right, it's actually not very far from here. So let's just go to the mine. It's actually pretty darn close. All right. So we're going to walk down here, which is one card. We get to keep it. This is a fast run. We don't really need that. We'll walk again. Draw a card. Improvise. That's pretty useful. I guess it's better than fight. Than this emergency run away from a fight. All right, and now we want to go. We're at the boat. I guess we want to go south again. Guess I need to take these. If we get a card with that arcane symbol, we might run back up here and get the second magic. All right, VI. Whoa, what's this? Scattered debris testifies to a battle that raged here. You find a half-buried barrel with the emblem of Necro-Druid Daticum painted on it. An orange pumpkin on a black field. It's too damaged to be transported, but still contains some omnicuric juice, a pasty sap used by the Legion to heal its wounded. Immediately after this was revealed, take a 154. Okay. We're now lucky. We have almost all the blessings again. Try your luck. If you get 13s, weaknesses, unsettling. Okay. If we just want to get rid of this card, we just get rid of it. It does have mushrooms on it if we wanted to eat them. I don't think we do. We don't like getting poisoned. If you need to heal someone while you're here. We do trigger our 151 because of Necro Druids, but I guess we already have that unleashed. Okay. Did it mention Pumpkin? I don't think so. Do we have a side quest with Pumpkin? I don't see it. I don't see anyone. I don't see any coins. I don't see anything we need here. So I think we just Omnicure juice. No, I think we just discard this and go on our way. Although, yeah, this was here. We need to get rid of this so that we can go on our way. Okay, 214. Pink coral. Oh, this is going to do something bad to us. Why did we walk down here? I thought we were going to try to side skirt this coral. All right, we have to go look at it now. It's going to do bad things to us. Actually, we haven't walked on it. We don't have to do that yet. So I forget what the coral does, but it is bad. So if we wanted to, we could actually sidestep this coral by not walking here and just going 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably we should do that. It's also hard to walk on it. All right, let's walk this way. 1, 2. The reflex. We might keep this card for the symbol. Maybe not. I'm gonna walk down here again for 3. Powerful's pretty good. I'd like to keep that. Let's get rid of that card and keep that card. Okay, now we're gonna go either left or down and left. Either way works fine for us. I guess I'll go left. Thought we had a book or something that mitigated the coral. You are right. You are right. We do have a book that mitigates the coral. Or something. We do have a book that mentions coral. You are absolutely right. I forget what it was. One of our things here. Let's see what it does say. So it tells us about the coral. So you ignore walking penalties, that's all. They still do the bad thing to you. You just ignore walking penalties. All right, so we're going left here. We're going here. If you'd rather go on your way, you just discard this. An individual 100 paces away waves to you. I guess we're in it for our quest. We're trying to find out who knows our stranger, who knows our guy, so unfortunately, this is the card I wanted to get in my hand to get me a card from discard. Okay. Doesn't matter. Can't do it. So I've paid for it to talk to this guy to 11. We're looking for discussions of our backstory or our stranger or Roburn. So we're doing what we can to have interactions. Whoa, roll a die. Roll a die. The man, a stonemason's looking for a place to go. Where does he want to go? And then if we know where he wants to go, we're getting a hope reborn. Otherwise, nothing. Okay, let's see. So it's a 1. He wants to know how to get to the fresco mural. I don't think we do have that. I mean, we do know where one mural is. But I don't think we have the one that we don't have it on our map. So I don't think that's our goal too. Yeah. So we don't know where it is. He can come with us if he wants, but he doesn't seem to want. It's too bad. Deep sea mine. I don't think the mine is the same thing as the deep sea mine, Jonathan. Now that I think about it, maybe it is. All right, this guy just goes away. He doesn't want to talk to us. We don't know what we need to know to help him because of our bad luck. All right, so 239. All right, so that's there. All right, well, we're going to walk over to it for one card. We can keep this if we want. I don't think we really want ruthless attack. All right, we could look over here if we wanted to, but where we're really trying to head to is, wait a second, where are we? Okay, we're here. So we don't want to make a left. The left brings us to the coral again. So we want to go south once more. So we're looking over here. The lid of a box emerges from the ground. A coat of arms representing a bag embroidered with a skull is still visible on it. You know which Killian unit this coat of arms belonged to. Take a 49. I mean, these look like the thieves, but I'm not sure we technically have that knowledge. All right, well, we're digging this out because that's what our people are good at. Hopefully we get something good in here that we're not, probably some more armor. All right, where's our digger? Roburn and the dog, who's even better. The dog gives us a star. In fact, he gives us that star and 3. So the dog, this dog that we made fun of and said weren't very useful, is going to do it. And Jonathan says there's a coin there for our side quest. Okay, good catch. So if we see a gold coin, 4 gold coins total. That's our first one. Okay, so 1 gold coin out of 4 gained, and we've now dug this up. So we take a 290 and a 350. All right, let's see what we got. 290. A whole bunch of 290s. Okay. Here's our 290 and a 350. Okay. Here's our 350. All right, 290 is more armor. Right in the trash it goes. And a 350 incendiary bomb. So we can carry this around, but if we get injured, 1 out of 6, we'd lose 20 points. But actually, that wouldn't be the end of the game for us because we have our emergency death scroll. So yeah, let's take this and we'll just try to use it soon. Bomb someone. All right, and we do have enough weight to carry that. Thank you, dog, for digging that out for us. All right, 379 comes out. $379 has specialty, but we don't care about it. Burrowers, we already have this, so we don't need it. Okay, so there's the holes in the ground. I don't remember, but I think this must be the mines here. I think we must have to look in those, listen in those things to visit the miner, because look, here he is. That must be him that triggers this. Don't you think? Or is he actually triggered from the card above? Seems like it's attached to the card above. So do I have to go? Yeah. All right. So rather than walk onto this thing, this was all pointless because really we have to walk over here, which is this card here. All right. Let's deal with this now. No sooner have you set foot on the ground than you sink down to your knees. You pull your feet out with some difficulty before venturing any further. Perhaps you should make sure the ground is firm. During the result step, if you have a card with the keyword pole, you get 3 stars. Okay, we do. All right, so we're just going to use our pole, our long stick, to do this. It doesn't help us, though, but this card says it gives us 3 successes. So now we're doing the look action, and we don't have anyone that's good at it. So then we'll just take our generic traveler with us, since he can turn flags. Okay, so we can generate, we only need to generate 1 more, which we can with this if we need to. So I'm going to draw 1 card, and it is a success. So that's 1 plus 3 from the pole gives us our success. We didn't take more than 6 successes, so we don't get a 150, but that's okay. We already have that. Done. Okay. Now comes a 362, which is this card here. We need to walk on this to deal with the mine. As soon as we do, however, we can keep this card if we want, draw 1 or 2 extra cards. That's pretty useful. I'm going to swap that out because that's useful. Okay, now we have to do this action, though. We have to look here, 358. These corals are going to get us, huh? As long as they don't injure us and cause the bomb to explode. Pink coral gives off an unpleasant odor that triggers a blistering headache. The stink emitted by the coral completely disoriented you. Okay, so while you walk, it gets you confused unless you already are confused. But we don't have to worry about this because of our coral card. Maybe that's all these coral ever do. So this just sticks out here. But we don't really care about it because we have our thing that ignores this penalty. Now, I guess here is the undersea mines. We have to draw 2 cards. We don't get to keep them. And we bring out 343, which is going to be our undersea mine that we're hoping to trigger a little quest on. At the foot of the cliff, the coral's meant to go north of our tile. Yes, you're right. Well, how do you know it's meant to go north? Yes, you're right. You remember how I guess you can see how, but it's a little subtle. The reason you know it's supposed to go north is because it matches up with that symbol. I guess somehow you saw that this matches up with this that triggered it. Okay. All right, so here's the undersea mine. Good catch. A dust-covered miner emerges from the shaft with a lantern in his hand. 295. Okay. $295. Okay, it says, if you're playing this scenario, which we're not, otherwise read 280. Okay. This guy doesn't look like he knows anything about our Weedle. The miner spits blackish phlegm onto the ground. We're mining Weedo stone, he says. I guess he does. It was originally used to make a powerful weed killer, but since the reversal, we have heard nothing from our best customer, Dedicum's Citadel, which is located to the west. To compensate for our loss, we also sell it for construction. It makes excellent mortar. The stonemason of Waterbank orders it regularly through the chain. So we can resume our journey, otherwise we can barter. All right, but our side quest tells us that we should look for a mention of the Weedle Stone, and if so, we look at 419. So let's remind ourselves how it works here. So we heard about the Weedo Stone. Okay, so if you find Weedo Stone, we return 2 cards with barter to procure some. All right, now we're gonna, so if we want this, we're gonna have to give 2 barter items to get Weedo Stone from this guy. That's gonna cost us. Let's see what we can give this guy. We could give him a flute. That's the only way we can make music, so I don't want to do that. Let me put this away here. Okay, I don't want to give him the flute. We could give him a slingshot. No, that's not a barter. Okay, we might be giving him this mirror. We could give him the juggling balls. We have 2 threads of spools of thread. Maybe that's what we should give him. We might be done with our spools. He doesn't want provisions. All right, so I'm not giving him our only way to make music. But we could give him 1 spool of, let's put the rest away. We can give him for sure 1 spool of thread. We don't need 2 of those. And then, should we give him the other spool of thread? Both threads? I mean, juggling's pretty good to get rid of confused. And this mirror, I think we might want the story for this. So, all right, let's give him both of these threads. We've used a lot of thread this game. Although I like being able to repair the rope, but the threads, we keep getting them back. Let's give them away. We'll get them back. So we give him the spools of thread, and that triggers us to click off that we've got the Weedo. So we've got the Weedo spray, and that's it. We're done with him. I think that's all we have to do here. And when we come back to the Citadel, we'll read how that story ends. All right, so we're done with this guy. All right, we've had a pretty successful set of side quests here. We don't yet have a way to go back and get that last magic arcane. You ready to go for the blue giants? All right. There's one narrow passage to the west. Well, we've crossed over the bridge. Let's see. So the passageway to the west. Yeah, there's where the blue giants live. Over. Okay, so we're right here now. We know the blue giants are up here. So that's where our blue giants are. And we're going to pass by our friends in the tortoise shell. We could check them out as we go. Yeah, so the only alternative, if we wanted to go to the cave, we'd have to go around this way and down here, all the way down there. And then here, it's like all the way here. So I guess we shouldn't worry about the cave. I mean, what the chances are we're going to find a more armor. That's a long way to go for armor and a long, dangerous way to go. So we should head up to our blue giants, don't you think? Can always look for our cave on the way back. All right. Jonathan agrees. Well, why don't we take a break? We're almost ready to heal up that guy with the wound on his head. I was really hoping we'd be able to drop him down the mine shaft. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll head towards the land of the blue giants. All right, so we have a plan, but let's check in with the chat a little bit. First, John saying, going back to these areas, we've been through a fair bit to try to wrap up side quests. I wonder if maybe there could be some rule where you take a help penalty instead of exploration card. I do like this idea in general. like if you know you're just going through the motions to go somewhere, maybe be nice if you could just travel and take a penalty. Same thing with fights. I almost wonder if every fight could just have a penalty that's basically like, all right, the worst case scenario is just take 10 health penalty and avoid going through the motions. When we finish with this entire quest, maybe we'll talk a little bit about game design. I am very curious about exploring this design space with some alternate ideas. But when we're done, we'll deal with that. So we were talking in the chat, and I think we've agreed that what we're going to do here is, if we keep, normally we accumulate these and use them for upgrades at the end. And so we don't ever want to spend them. But now we're at the point where we don't really need upgrades. And so we could have been eating these as we get them for more life. Now, we're having abundance of life anyway. We're at 67, so I'm not sure it makes too much sense. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to spend 2 on upgrades now, and then we're going to use 1 to eat up for health. And then as new ones come in, we might just eat them up for health. So we're going to take a moment here to do 2 upgrades. And I think only 2 things make sense. Either skill upgrades. I guess you could argue we could build a building so we could tear it down, but I don't think we should. I think we might look into building the bath in a future game that lets us unblock companions. But I think maybe for fun, the best thing for us to do with these 2 upgrades is to get skill upgrades. But we could build out our Citadel more if we think there might be some reason to need more defense. I think the game would warn us, though, if it did think we should. So I really don't think so. So why don't we do some skill upgrades? So there's 1 skill upgrade. And here's another one. Let's do 2 skill upgrades. There's 2 Hope Reborn blocked. Each one would get us 8 cards. So let's do this. Unless you got something better you want to do with those upgrades, I don't think it really matters. But these are additional health as well. So, okay, let's see what we've got here. I can put them up here. All right, so we get to choose 2 from these 4. All right, 2 from these 4. Anything jump out at you as being exciting, interesting? Let's see. When you read a paragraph, block this to read one of the proposed dialogues. These are all, I don't want any of these, really. I don't really want any of these. All right, I think maybe 6 cents. And I guess let's just take the stars and stuff. Maybe persuasion and flag. Cat burglar and persuasion you want instead of 6 cents. I don't want to take cat burglar. I like this, but I don't like this. I don't want to make our deck worse. So how about persuasion and 6 cents? Let's just do that. At least we'll have more stars in our results. That never hurts. Okay, now let's get the next 8. All right, let's see what we got here. I like this, 2 generic symbols and 2 generic symbols here. I like this. I think we should take experience. And then sound advice is very similar, 2 random cards for a random action. Motivation's pretty good too. I'm sorry we didn't have these for that. This one is just a random flag. I think we should take these 2. Experience and sound advice. They both generate wild cards, which are very useful for us. And they're both one-time use blocks. I like that. This guy, Animal Handler, is pretty good too. I wish we had gotten some of these in our previous draw. Flags to stars. Just because we draw so many flags. That's like generic stars. That's pretty good. But we have a lot of cards that do that. You know, let's take those 2. Okay. All right, we've taken our cards. We've made it pretty quick. We didn't make a big deal about it. Let's grab our cards. Now, where did we say the cards go? In the, I know I said contradictory things. Shuffle these into your action deck. Okay. So these new cards get shuffled into our action deck. Okay. Pretty painless. And then we're going to use the last Hope Reborn for health, just so that we're super strong. We're up at 77 now. All right, we have no more Hope Reborns, and we've eaten 3 of them. 4 more in the card box that we could reveal if we wanted to. All right, we're headed off to the Blue Giants. I'm going to remove some of these so it doesn't get in our way. I can shift over this way. Okay. All right, so we're headed toward the Blue Giants. We know we just go due west and then head up north. So we must be here because we just dealt with the mine guy. So now we're headed west. All good? Anything else we want to do? I don't think so. I think we're all set. A metal structure emerges from the ground. When you notice it, it's already too late. Immediately after this is revealed, take a 485. We've already agreed that we've done this puzzle enough. We're not going to go through this. We're just going to look at the right card. In fact, why don't we not do that? Rather than give us the right answer, we're just going to draw another card, a replacement 3. Okay. A young woman with flame red hair sits on the floor with her back to you. No sooner do you move to greet her than she whispers through her teeth, "Not another step, or I'm done for." You spot a venomous snake crawling up her leg. Okay, we have dealt with this before, but we know how to. We're going to take care of this again. So we can just go on our way and leave this woman to deal with the snake. We are ruthless. Could just go on our way. But we do have projectiles. So we could take aim and get rid of this woman's snake. Okay, well, we've always said if we can help her out easily enough, we'll go ahead and do it. We've been carrying around this jagged rock for ages. So let's just go ahead and kill this snake and save this lady. Maybe she'll be grateful. So we're going to use the jagged rock for her. So that's one success. And we're allowed to use this now because we've got this. Now, what about, can we use our bow and arrow on this? We don't really need to, though. I guess we don't really want to. We're just going to go ahead and draw cards. We need two more, and we can generate and generate. So I'm going to just draw these two cards. All right, well, I only got one. We need one more. I didn't put out the traveler, but he always comes with us. We've said he always comes with us. So actually, we can use the two flags here to generate his third star. He's always coming with us. All right. So that's our 3 successes. We spent the jagged rock, but we didn't have to spend cards in our hand. All right. We get a glimmer of hope for saving her, and we get a 59, which is what? The young woman stands up. Do you want the traveler over the zombie? No, I want the zombie is all, where is the zombie? The zombie isn't a companion. So the zombie and the traveler are always with us. They're always with us. If I don't say otherwise, they're always with us. But I guess I should have them out. So let me just remember to have them out. Do we think it's cheating for me to use this? Because if so, I can spend this. No, I think he's always out. These two are always out. They're always out. And if we fail, though, I mean, they're always out when we could conceivably need them. Okay. All right, here's the young woman. The young woman stands up with a smile of relief. All right, I'm going to penalize myself and spend this so that I didn't need him to be out. But from now on, they're out. Smile of relief on her face. Well, that was too close for comfort. Thank you. Next time I'll choose a better spot to rest. I left Waterbank because of the fire that destroyed the Dancing Donkey, the tavern where I used to play. No way was I going to perform at the Black Horse, so I decided to head to Kel in the hope of finding a place where my talents would be appreciated. The community I lead at the Citadel would be delighted to welcome you. I'm in your debt, the musician replies, picking up her pouch and her precious loot. So it sounds like we've added another person to our troupe. Jaleria, we've met her before. I can't believe how many people we're walking around with now. All right, so we saved her and this is banished. It's insane how many people we're carrying around with us. That's the theme of this campaign for us. Has been all these people. Okay, 326. The bottomless sea is now a little more than a few puddles of water at the top of a few wormholes. Okay. I don't remember these, Jonathan. You remember anything about these? All right, I'm going to walk over there, making sure not to step in there. One card, we get to keep it. Okay, well, we know we want to go due west, but do we want to do any of the looking? Jonathan says not really, but I don't know if that means, if that was not really, I don't remember, or not really, I don't want to go looking at these things. I guess we're going to go look at these things. We have so much health. We've never seen these things in this scenario. So here's 215. They look edible. You have to pry them off first, and the rocks they are on seem very slippery. So we could get some health if we wanted to keep a card, get 6, a climb 2 and 3. We really don't need to do this, but I think we should go ahead and do this anyway, just as a matter of practice, just because it's so easy and gets us health. So we're going to use the rope. To climb, we only need 3 stars. There's 1. But we don't have this, but we do have the ability to draw more cards. So I'm going to draw 2 cards. If we get 2 successes, we're done. Otherwise, we'll draw 2 more cards. Okay, 1 success, 2 success. We need more. Otherwise, we're going to get... Otherwise, the bomb could go off and blow up in our face. So we better hope there's a success in here. So I'm going to use this card. At any time during the results step, draw 1 or 2 additional cards. Okay. So thankfully, we've got all our successes we need. So we harvest several mollusks, shuck them, and gulp them down while they're still fresh. We can keep 2 of these cards, and we get 6 health. So let's keep Perseverance, and let's keep this card that lets us draw a card here. All right, that was a little dangerous because the bomb could have exploded. And then we can take 6 cards back into our action. Back a little bit more energy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, if we get the arcane, we might have a decision to make. What was I doing? Those aren't supposed to go there. They go here. Okay. That was a little risky, the way I did that. Okay, that's it. We've done this. We can go on our way now. But now we're going to do the same thing here. 378, draw a card. We're going to look at these puddles. We're going on our adventure while we're here. You're standing over a hole about 4 paces wide, filled with seawater. You can make out something at the bottom. We have a hard time determining what it is and how deep it might be. Oh, we've seen this. We can... So we have to be focused, and we have to not have a weakness, and we happen to be... We're not actually focused. We're not actually focused. We're for other things, but not focused, so we can't even do this. So this just sits out here. Huh. I think we did do this at some point. All right, this just sits out here. If we ever get focused, we can come back and dive into this hole. I don't know if we want to. Okay, let's move along. Actually, it's west we want to go, right? Not up. It's west we want to go. All right, west it is. Oh, there's a 3 card. You could swear you heard a muffled scream, yet there seems to be no one around. You'll have to use your intellect or your ears. All right, well, we want to hear from people, so I guess we're going to do this. We've got our thinking person, but I guess we have such a large group. Is there anyone else that wants to try out stuff? She's good at hearing. But probably we'd rather save the cards and let our apprentice do the thinking for us. They can think too. They're just as good. All right, let's let them have a shot at this. All right, we're going to use all these people. We don't need her. We're going to try to think our way through this. This lets us use 2 cards. So 2 cards for 2 successes. If we need to, we'll draw more. We actually only need 1 success. There's 1. So actually 1 card should do it. We can generate it if we need to. Okay, well, we didn't get any successes, so we do need to generate. But here's a flag, and a flag gets us a success. Okay, we thought our way through it. Over there, behind that rock, we get a 150, which is a focused. Uh-huh. Okay. Our ground shiver level is 7 or higher, so we banish this and read 156. Okay, so that worked out well for us, and we did it efficiently. All right, let's see what we heard. Someone is stuck somewhere. A young woman is holding her shoulder. Blood drips from her fingers. Help me! A wild beast attacked me. You have just enough time to catch her as she faints. If you'd rather leave her to her fate, just return the dialogue book. Otherwise, we're going to try to help her. I guess we're going to try to help her, right? I mean, we've got Inael, who likes to cure people. We're pretty good at curing people. Where's our lady? Here she is. Okay. So we're going to try to cure her now. We can draw as many cards as we want. Or we could throw away a cure or a spool of thread. It's too bad we don't have this spool of thread, but we don't really need it. All right, so she's going to let us, well, it's not locked. We can draw as many cards as we want. We should use this inspiration card, though, to help us. We're doing a healing action. I wonder if we can just go get, is there anything good at healing? All right, I guess I won't do that now then. Let's just do this action. We need 4 success. That's a +1. That's a +1. We don't need the +1s, but that's 1 star. Maybe we should start using some of these. Seems like waste. 4 stars we need. Can generate 1 from her, 2. So I only need 2 in 3 cards. But what if I can't get that? We don't want to get rid of focus. All right, I'll just draw 3 cards. Four cards. Okay, with 4 cards, I've got 3 successes, plus enough flags for her to give us the 4th. Okay, that was overkill, but I just didn't want to risk it. Okay, 49, that's another glimmer. And we read 164. She's helped cure that woman. Okay, let's see what she says. You managed to stop the bleeding. The woman grits her teeth as you dress the wound. Oh, the creature surprised me while I was pulling myself from a wormhole. I'm looking for a family relic, and this mess might let my brother Riapone get to it before I do. Take a 13 to try your luck. If she's on your side, she's going to go to the Citadel. If we fail, she goes searching. And then if eye for an eye, read 166. I mean, eye for an eye is done, but I think we finished it. I thought we had eye for an eye. I guess we didn't. I thought we did have eye for an eye, but I guess we don't. Do or die. Okay. Let's just go ahead and do this. I'm inclined to not spend extra on it. Okay, so here's our 13. Lady Luck is on our side. It even gives us another glimmer, which is 5 glimmers, but this doesn't go back. So we took a 13. She's recovered. It's book +2. And we don't have eye for an eye. And we didn't get any threads, no. So book +2, which might max out our book. Yeah, that's it. We're maxed out books. No more books for us. And because we're not working on the eye for an eye quest, that doesn't trigger. We do, however, have 5 glimmers. So I'm going to go ahead and trade these in right now for a Hope Reborn. We'll decide what to do with it later, but if we want to, we can just cash it in for health now if we want infinite amount of health. Otherwise, we're continuing on our journey to 40. Okay, there's the turtles, the creatures that live in the turtle shell. I think, let's see what it reads. Carcass of a gigantic turtle has been marooned in the sand. The animal probably left the bottomless sea when the burrowers caused it to dry up. A wide crevasse stretches out further north. So these creatures in here are kind of fun, but I think they probably want us to give them some items, or they might have barterable items. All right, well, let's walk in there anyway. There's 2 cards. I want this one. I wouldn't mind this one either. Let me get rid of this card. I'm going to take this one. I guess I'm going to get rid of improvise and keep the reflex for its symbol. That walks us over here. All right, so the question is whether you want to talk to these creatures in the turtle. Let's see what they do from our memory. So we don't know what they do. You got to talk to them. They're pretty cool, but I'm not sure we really need to deal with them. They could give us some fun stuff, or they could want us to give them barter stuff, in which case that's useless to us. So I guess the question is for the group, what do you want to do? Jonathan, do you want to, we help them build something. I don't remember what. I mean, I don't mind using energy to help them build stuff. And we don't have good barterable items. All right, let's deal with them. 373. All right, so we've got to recover our health. That's fine, but we need to remember to do this guy. So I'm going to put him out because I think sometimes I forget to do him. All right, so I'm putting him out to remind us that he is sick. And health to get our health back. That brings us down to 67. If we wanted to, we could use this Hope Reborn just for health now. Maybe we should. We really don't need this much health, though. Maybe we need to start playing on normal mode with 2 health per card. I'm going to start playing on normal mode. So I'm going to take another 5 health off us. We're going to start paying for every 2 cards, we lose a health. So for 30 cards, we lost 15 health instead of 10 now. Okay, so that's that. Now we have to heal him with Inhale. So we need the 320 card, which tells us how to heal him. We take the heal action. We need 3 successes. She lets us use 3 cards. We can do it this way. I'm just going to draw 3 cards. So we actually got 3 successes with our 3 cards. So that's it. He's healed. We get a 49. It's not a bad way to get glimmers. And then Roburn is woken back up and this 320 goes away. Not a bad way to get glimmers. Okay, he's woken up again. I'm not sure why we keep bringing him. Okay. And now let's bring the stranger out with us again. All right, 373. 1 card. I don't remember if I already drew this anymore. It doesn't matter. 1 card goes away. And now we're going to see how these creatures, what they want from us. Dozens of creatures made of moss and lichen are working inside the imposing carapace. From the high scaffolding they have constructed, several of them tie ropes to different parts of the turtle skeleton. Others use a quarry wheel and pulleys to lift the large piles of wood of unknown purpose. The work, whatever it is, seems titanic and still far from completion. Look at these little tiny plant creatures. All right, so we're going to talk to them now. 407. I guess if anyone needs to be doing this, we'll be using one of our people who are good at talking. 407. Okay, here they are, these creatures. The creatures turn toward you, their eyes wide and bulging. One of them approaches you and utters what sounds like, "Good day to you." Incredulous, you reply, "Good day. Who are you and what are you doing?" Unsure what to do with this group, you stand ready to run away if its intentions prove hostile. The creature thinks for a long moment before formulating an answer. We were born in stone prison to unloving father who delighted in mixing the best of nature with the worst of magic. But like our prison, father is no more and we are now free. We have found this new home, it says, pointing to the sea turtle shell. We still have much to do before it can move, but perhaps you could help us. Some of our people have gone off in search of what is needed to complete our project. Unfortunately, few have returned. We are only able to think clearly when we are together, and our memory fails us when we are separated for too long. In these moments, our most primal instincts take over. Please excuse mine if they should bother you when you see them. The creature then returns to watch the tensioning of the ropes that control the front legs of the giant skeleton. If you don't want to spend time helping them, just go away. But we do want to help these wonderful creatures. Wow, 15-0. Or we could block a companion with the word artisan. That's what we're going to do. We're going to leave one of our group here to hang and live with these creatures. So we need an artisan. I think maybe it's time to leave Roburn here to live with these creatures. What do you think? I mean, this might be his home. They might know how to heal him with their plant magic. He found his home. I think this feels right to me. Not only that, but they're trying to dig up all this stuff, right? Like, he could help them. All right, we're going to leave Roburn here. So we're going to block him. And then we just need to draw 5 cards to build. But we can use our engineers. Can they reduce the number of cards we have to draw? No. The build action. They're the only people who know how to build, and they don't reduce the cost. All right, so we still got to draw 5 cards. All right, there's our 5 cards. Discarding them, and now we're reading 416. Please accept these gifts as a token of our appreciation. They have been brought back from our explorations, but are unnecessary for our great project. So we get +1 reputation or influence, which I won't say no to. That brings us to 21. 2 149s. Maybe we're going to get our spools of thread back. No, those are all gone. 2 149s. What else? A 155, which there are no more of, and a 202. All right, let's see what we got. 149, more iJam. And another carrot. We might want to hang on to that carrot for the next mission in case we need to revive the dead person again. And keeping with the theme, it's more armor. All right, well, we're just going to give this armor to, I guess, our guy. It does give you a flag on each fight, though. We never use our armor for defense. I wonder if we might consider. I wonder if we might consider just wearing that for the flag. I think we should. Can we carry it? Do we have enough weight? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We'd have to drop something. What would we drop? This generates a dexterity. That's pretty good. We never use this, but we could be using it to generate a dexterity on every fight. I'm not sure we want to drop that. Well, we like our stick. I don't want to drop the rope. Spear, longbow. I wonder if we shouldn't just drop our longbow. Like, we used it once. It's kind of fun, but I'm not sure. I think we should drop our longbow and our chainmail and carry this armor because it's constantly giving us a flag. Yeah, I think so. I think we should. All right, we're going to drop the bow and our old chainmail. That's 2 weight to bring up the Brigadine because it gives us leadership abilities. And we're just going to consider ourselves always wearing that, like we consider ourselves always carrying the undead. The nice thing is now we're generating basically on every fight multiple symbols. Okay, so they gave us a bunch of stuff, which we appreciate, including a carrot and some eye jam, which we could combine to get more health. And now we've got this armor I'm just going to keep out for us. I think probably if you did this again, maybe what you'd do is you'd have a tray of things like to not forget to use every time, and maybe you could put these all in that. All right, we helped the turtles. Let's move on our way. So that's a 3. Let's explore over here. A large animal is grazing on the few tufts of grass that have managed to grow. Its placid appearance suggests you could ride it for a while to save your energy. So this doesn't really help us. We wouldn't even have to spend anything though. It's 0-0 and you don't even lose the gambler's bone, which we have. So we could just ride it to any other terrain that we're connected, but we don't want to go backwards. We don't want to go backwards. So I just want to point out what we could do, however, if we really wanted to, is we could ride it up to here, get that last magic arcane, and then walk back with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If we spend 9 cards, we could also eat it. I don't want to eat it. I don't want to kill that nice creature. But if we spend 9 cards, we could get that second magic arcane energy to use in fights. I wonder if that is worth it. We'd have to also use this to go get an arcane card. All right, let's not go. Why am I? I'm not. Let's not waste time doing stuff that's not fun when we don't need to. Okay, so we're gonna let this animal go by because I don't want to kill him for food when we're eating so well. If we needed it, we would do it. If we needed the food, we would kill it, but we don't need the food. So why kill someone when you don't need the food? Okay, so here we go. We're just going to move on westward. All right, so here's some more people. What the hell are those flying bookshelves? I mean, we have been here before in a previous campaign, but I sure don't remember what these people are all about. Oh, I'm just going to go walk over there for 1 card. Another reflex. I don't want it. All right. I guess we're going to do this because that's what we've been doing, is visiting these places that we haven't seen in a long time. Let's see if they need our help. 346. Suppose we're getting closer to our mission, so you never know if we're going to get a card that's actually scenario specific. You meet the people or so feeble. You meet the dozen or so feeble people who live here. We lived as fishermen for generations, but the bottomless sea no longer provides us with enough food, and the land is difficult to cultivate around here. We make these little kites with nets to catch the birds that live around here. Unfortunately, they get damaged quickly. Will you lend your skillful hand? All right, so we can help them build it. They give us some food, a 49. Sure. Do we have a spool of thread? No, we gave it all up. All right, so it's a 2 and a 3. The apprentice knows how to help. So here we go. The apprentice is going to help. We're going to draw. We can use 3 cards. We need 3 successes, and we can do bonus stuff. That guy can't trigger. If we're not fighting shield, in this, I'm not going to use this guy. Although, yeah, why not? Because we could use the symbol. All right, he's going to be used anyway, even though we don't need him. All right, so here we go. We got ourselves 2 stars and flags to generate our 3rd star. So there, yeah. There's our 3. So we get a 49. There's another glimmer. We get a 5 card, which is another food. It looks like there are no 5, so instead we get 5 health back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These get shuffled in. They wanted help, we helped them. I mean, you can't really blame us for that. And we got influence, but we're already maxed out on, no, we're not maxed out on influence. Okay. All right. They're going to tell stories about how helpful we are. Then we discard this. All right. On our way, 182. At the bottom of a plateau where plants tainted by dark magic grow, stands the figure of a ruined citadel. It's smaller than Ninadazer's, and most of the floors have collapsed. As you gaze at it, you think to yourself that your citadel did not fare too badly, all things considered. All right, so this was the most important area of the first quest we played. But for us now, it's nothing but a memory and a remnant. Now, we could try to go in there, but probably not. I mean, we could go look at it, but I don't think there's anything. I think we might have gone and looked at it when it wasn't our quest before, and we didn't see much. So I'm going to walk over there, draw 1 card. Reassurance. No, I don't want that. All right, so I think we're headed up to our new area is what we're doing. Let me put these guys where they live. With Roburn. All right, so we're about to go into new territory where we only were, it's a single room. Yes, you're right. It was a single room and there was a chest and some cool weapon that was booby-trapped or something. All right, but we are about to get into a new area here. Let's first explore north. You spot a bomberind and looking around soon discover others. These conifers, created by necro-druid Vivindown, hurl rock-hard pine cones at any creature they detect. So we can either try to dodge it or we can try to sneak around it. Just shuffle reflex cards back in. Or we could try to walk around. We don't even have any reflex cards in there. So I guess we want this dodge thing. What do we have that helps us dodge? Anything? I feel like just the magic tunic. All right, so we don't really have anything to help us here, but we can draw as many cards as we want. We need 4 successes just to, or 2 and 3 with the sneak. I don't think we got anyone that's good at sneaking, not even Garage Neck. All right, well, let's just take our Traveler, because he can generate stars with flags. Just like to do this as cheaply as possible here. So we can generate 1, 2 successes, 3 successes. So we can generate 3 successes off our cards. So I'm just going to take 3 cards and let's see how much I have to use. All right, and everyone's using their thing. All right, so with our 3 cards, we generate 3 successes and then 2 flags. Here's his 4th success. So we're done. We can choose 3 reflex cards from our discard, but we don't have any. So that's that. We just go on our way. Fine. 229. 229 does have mission-specific cards, but not this one. Rocky outcrops studded with holes stand at the edge of the swamp. Who knows if they're natural or were dug out by man or beast? Okay, we are starting to enter new lands here. I'm not sure if we've ever seen this card. I think we might have, but none of this is a memory for me. Look at this weird, colorful plants over here. Do you think that's... Remember, we're looking for a pond. No number, so I guess we're walking on here, but we could start to see blue giants at any moment. Now, I think so it's almost time for a break. Let's walk onto this space. 1 card. We can keep it if we want. This is a good card, but not as good as the cards we have. Okay, so we've walked up onto this card. Now let's have a little bit of talk. We definitely are going to go look at this thing. And probably the blue giants are to our left because it's a new kind of territory over here. So probably that's blue giant area. In fact, yeah, there's a 2 and there's a 3. Okay. So, but the question I have for you is this. We're about to enter the blue giants area. We've been playing for 5 hours. So the question is, should we stop here and then continue part 2 right where we left off at our next session, or should we just take a break and push ahead? We're just looking for some tree near the blue giants. We're also, don't forget, we're looking for our lost troop that we send out this way to explore as well. And we're starting to enter new territory. So what do you think? Should we break here and then continue? I think it's not a bad idea. We're clearly not going to finish in 1 session. Corsica, what do you think? No preference, up to you guys. I mean, either way, we're going to break at some point, but we don't have to break now. If you want to play for another hour, we could play for another hour. Let's call it, says Jonathan. Okay. I think it makes sense to stop here. And then when we start up at our next session, we'll be entering new territory. Pretty epic adventure we've had today. Dropping Roburn off to help the turtle people dig makes a lot of sense. We got the Weedle weed killer. We got our magic. We went off and did our other little side quest. We beefed ourselves up. We finally found some armor we like. Raised the undead. Helped a woman with snake bite, and she joined our team. All right, we're going to break here. If you're curious when the next session will be, you could always come by Discord, chat with us a bit. We've been playing once a week on Sundays or Mondays, so it's a safe bet that before, no later than Sunday or Monday, probably we'll be returning to the 7th Citadel. But Corsican and Jonathan may want to play earlier or later. It's always fun. It's always an adventure. I feel like there's always stories to tell and remember. But I'm curious how these blue giants are going to turn out. Okay. I'll see you next time.